Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
YouTube has time to review Honky Tonk Strike?
Exactly.
Jesus
Oh,
my
Christ
goodness.
almighty.
I just wanted Bubba to shoot a pro on the honky tonk, man.
God.
It's an algorithm.
Come on, Wayne.
Yeah. You're better than that, Wayne. Well, you're not really.
Oh,
but,
yeah, you piece of shiz. I didn't even know that.
Could you take him right now?
No, I don't know.
Come on, he hit the guitar right over Bubba's head.
Followed by Jeff Jarrett. Taking 2 guitars. Might as well take 2. Wow.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Seth, you might want to turn your little fan on there.
Thank you. It's on, sir.
No problem. Just, more circulation. Because you're all about circulation.
Yeah, it was. It's been a little stifling here the past couple of days, but it's quite refreshing. When I walked in this morning, it smelled like firewood and sweat.
Yeah.
Ooh, man.
By the way, the Bubba the Love Sponge show, Thursday, January 12th, 2025. Originating from Tampa, Florida. You can always support the program 3, 4, 5, 10 different ways. One of which, just watch. You can watch us on YouTube live. We're at 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. Rumble, YouTube, X, Twitch, Locals, Facebook, all visual. Bubba Army, BubbaArmyHQ.com on the audio. Also iHeart, TuneIn. There's just your terrestrial radio station, AM 820 in Tampa, Florida. We're in Phoenix. We're off 103.1 Florida Man Radio in Fort Walton Beach, and soon to be in 60 days a 50,000 watt FM talk station in Panama City. So that's pretty cool.
Woo.
Upstate NYFTE, $50 on Bubba Army tips.
Thank you so much. That's phenomenal. Did we have any overnight trading?
That was one of it. That was the $50 right there. And then Neo Mount Plaisir, $50.
No, hold on. Proper Neo Mount Plaisir. Go, Pat, go! So much has transpired over the last 24 hours since we last met. The most obvious was the Tuttle / Alex Stein full-blown 1,000% meltdown to the point where Alex, I don't know if this is supposed to be common knowledge, or am I supposed to say anything or not? But I think it's not a bad thing. Alex did reach out to Lummy and said that after listening to or watching the segment again. I got a frog in my throat.
Oh boy, okay. So you want us to take over?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
See, if I actually said yes, you wouldn't.
No, I got it.
No, you
if
don't.
anybody's wondering where Babyface is today, he is he was protesting against ICE, and he has been detained.
Yes,
right.
he was in the Carrollwood sleeper cell.
We don't really know where they're going to send him, but they believe that I think he's going to be sent somewhere around Norway.
Actually, it was Seth's mom, Elise, and his father, Larry David, along with Babyface. But Elise and Larry David were able to slip out and undetected. Are
the only two Democrats you know, Babyface and my mom?
No. I actually know quite a few. but here's the deal.
You gotta think about it, Seth.
No, actually, Seth, I know quite a few, but can I tell you something?
Yes, sir.
Most prefer not to be ID'd. Like, a lot of them are like, you know what, keep politics, and then what out of, keep my name, kind of like what Will Smith said to Chris Rock when he smashed him across the face, keep my wife out your mouth.
Yes.
Well, they're like, listen, we're good friends. And some of which these Democrats that I know, I've known for, a long time. And they're like, listen, just don't identify me as anything. And I don't really identify your mom as a Democrat. Well, I do, but I don't think she cares because she sends me notes all the time, Democratic notes.
Yeah, no, it's
Elise is always throwing me some kind of Democratic nonsense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. She's just my mom is just the rallying cry for people that hate liberals.
I like her because she gives me the other side. And it's not in an abrasive, it's usually in an informative type way, and I can form my own opinion. But no, I know a lot of Democrats, but most choose not. That's how bad of a state that's how bad our country is that if you're a Republican or a Democrat and you're very adamant about your party, there's some instances where you don't want people to know what your party affiliation is because it could be problematic. Like people judge you for your political affiliation, and they shouldn't. They should judge you for you and how you treat them and, how you act.
Well, they do. They put you in a political category, and then they put all the, beliefs on that party line on you. So they don't really care to find out who you are. They just find out what political party you're with, and then that's who you are.
Meanwhile, I think people like your mom and your dad, there are a couple other good people that I know that are Democrats, they're kind of hybrid. They're like me, I'm not a full-fledged Republican. I hate the Republican stance on abortion. I hate it. I don't like Trump getting I don't like him being braggadocious and non-presidential. There's some great things that he's doing that I like, but there's also some very braggadocious, stupid, Richie Rich stuff that he throws in there that I think isn't very presidential. So actually, most people that I know are hybrid. Like your mom, for instance. Your mom, believes in a woman's right to choose. She probably thinks that we need some sort of gun control. And, but I'm sure
There's nothing hybrid about that.
No. But what I'm saying is, she probably didn't necessarily agree with Biden's let everybody in the kitchen sinks, immigration policy. And, there's probably I bet you your mom has some more a few, or in some instances, some Republican leaning views about various things. But, I think most people are hybrid. I think John Morgan said it best. Remember when we had him on, Lummy, 2 weeks ago? He's like, most people pretty much believe in the right thing to do, which is pretty center for the most part. It's just, there's 5 or 6 topics that everybody's full freaked. I guarantee you your mom, Seth, believes that a person
You've guaranteed a lot of stuff about my mom, and you have not let me have a retort on any of them yet.
No, but here's the deal. I guarantee you that, and she'll be texting me, that Elise, let's bring up transitioning. I would predict that your mom's stance on that would be a person has the right to identify however they want. They do. If they want to be Johnny and be and grow up and be Jenny, they have the right to do that. Nobody can tell them they can't. But when it comes to athletics, Johnny shouldn't compete against Jenny when it comes to athletics. Other than that, let it eat, Johnny. You can be Jimmy. I think that's probably the way your mom would think.
My mom's obviously for trans people, but like I told you yesterday, we never got into the conversation about trans athletes in high school because nobody cares.
Right,
We don't care.
and it's not applicable. Meaning it doesn't apply to your life. Like, you're not facing that in your life right now.
It doesn't apply to 98% of the people in this country's
99.5.
life.
So anyway, I want to also open the meeting. Open the show up with. It looks like we were on the front page, big box up to like 12,000, and now we're just massively losing people at an alarming rate. I don't know what happened. Did you see that? We were up to like.
Yeah, you spoke out against. You said everybody's a hybrid, and then everybody in Rumble left.
Oh,
they don't want to hear that.
Okay, my bad. I don't know. Let me you see. It's like we're the Led Zeppelin, and our numbers like
pull the nose up. Joe Biden sucks. Woo!
There you go. So we just shot up 5,000 people.
Sorry, we're back to 20,000.
I've never seen this much depletion ever, Lummy. Especially while being on the front page in a big box.
Yeah, and I think Seth let it off with saying Babyface was captured by the Tom Homan and ICE.
Really got people out of here. Anyway, can you tell? Listen, so yesterday I was all positioned to be on a 2:00 Zoom call with Sarah, who's our Rumble rep, and I at like 1:50 got a frantic call from Erica with regards to this realtor situation that we are having.
Oh yeah,
and which I thought was resolved, and I thought that we were going to be let out of our contract that we had with a woman named Joanna. I'm not mentioning any last names. She works for a Century 21 office that is owned by a guy named Craig Beggins. He's supposedly an unbelievable great dude. And I thought, and he assured us that we could get out of our contract and pick a new agent. And I thought that's where it stood. I thought that's where we were. And all of a sudden there was some type of email exchange saying something about, Joanna has retained 2 attorneys now. And so I'm like, what? Retained two attorneys. So
did you retain 3?
No, I've retained none because I'd like to have a
Joanna's about to bend you over.
I'd like to have a man-to-man conversation with Craig Beggins, saying, "Listen, we've let the issues that we've had go. We've paid Joanna what we felt was fair, and we've listed with the new agent, but." I've retained 2 attorneys. What does that mean? And listen, Lummy, I've only told half the story. I've only told the portion of the story of selling Erica's house. There's a whole nother portion of the story that I really don't want to get into. But my God, the story that I've not told is highly unethical. I mean, like,
where can we hear that?
The story that I told basically was, I felt she was gouging us for charging a $32 an hour administration fee for texting her daughter to. She bought signs, like $500 worth of signs that just had arrows on them for open house situations where realistically they're not, address specific signs, so you can pull those up and use those again, right? And I went on Amazon and found the very same signs, like 50 for $44, and she was charging us, I don't know, some exorbitant amount. That was just the side of the story that, I felt that, Joanna was not being forthright. There's a whole nother side of the story that, quite frankly, I've been talking to realtors, and they're like, that is absolutely the most messed up, unethical, very, very, to the point where they're telling Erica that she needs to report this particular situation with the Realtors Commission or, something like that. And because this is it's an absolute nightmare. So hopefully I have a conversation today with this Craig Beggins guy. I emailed him and said, why are you guys retaining attorneys? All we have asked for is to be let out of our contract. You said that wasn't a problem, and indeed, Lummy, they let us out of the contract.
Perfect.
It's been relisted with our new person. Why are you guys retaining attorneys? And Lummy,
Maybe Joanna enjoyed the connection she was making with you, trying to sell the house, and she'd like to continue that relationship.
Let me ask you a question. So anyway, Lummy, I had a 2 p.m. with Sarah.
Yes.
And I
couple
got
other salespeople. Yeah.
I completely missed it because I was dealing with this real estate agent. Yes, I missed this meeting, this very important Rumble meeting.
Like on purpose? Or
no.
And you forgot about it?
No. At 150,
you had to miss it.
At 150, I get dealt this, we're lawyering up, kind of deal. And so I start trying to fight that battle with Merch Crick. And I miss my 2 p.m. meeting with Sarah. And so, Lummy, if you could, maybe schedule another meeting with the sales,
damn, 150. That's late. That's a late cancel.
I know.
Well, I was there. I mean, we still did the meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So everything worked out.
Lummy was still there as the executive producer of the program, but I was not, and I feel horrible. And I apologize to Sarah. I know his time is so very valuable. He's a very slinging D within the Rumble world. I'd like, Lummy, for you to reschedule something if you could, based on his availability, and we can maybe, do another one next week or whatever. Yeah. I'd like to talk to the salespeople. I think we got our first endorsement that might happen tomorrow. Is that still in place?
Well, yeah, it's either going to be tomorrow or possibly. We may not have to do it on a certain day. Are
we doing Blue Chews?
Oh, something way better than Blue Chews.
Oh yeah, something way better.
Oh. Yeah.
And so anyway, I apologize, Lummy, to Sarah, and please send this air check to him that I'm so very sorry.
That's kind of a big time move, Bubba.
Lummy,
you're like 10 minutes to the meeting. Adios.
Seth, I know. I've been in this business 40 years, and canceling 10 minutes prior when you have two salespeople on the line, along with the president of whatever Sarah's the president of, is just very unprofessional. It's not on brand for me. Yeah, I would be completely upset if I was Sarah. Maybe, that's why we opened up with 12,000 and then quickly went down to 4,500.
He woke up and was like, "Hey."
Yeah.
He's like, pulled him off the front page.
Let's put a shadow ghost on him. And do so anyway.
Lummy, what'd you say to them? What'd you say happened to Bubba? Because you couldn't say that he had a real estate somebody.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. No, I just I messaged Sarah at the time and just said, "Hey, Bubba had some personal issues that he had to take care of." and Sarah said, "Hey, don't worry about it. We'll
listen, I got
take
a frantic Erica on the phone that her house still hasn't been. Is still listed with the other agent. She's calling me saying that they're lawyering up. I need to get on the phone and call Craig Beggins and get this handled. And
Is she over fixing up her house every day?
Yeah,
I haven't seen her in months.
Yeah, she leaves every day to go over there. She's meeting one of the things she needs to do to her house that she's selling in San Antonio, Florida. Is that when they decided to build the house back in the day, they did not do a gunite pool. They did a vinyl liner pool.
Oh.
And that's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I hear you.
And so for the 20 years that it's been built, I think they've had the same liner or they've done one change out. Well, it's in desperate need of a new liner. So she's, in the process. The new liner guy is 2 weeks out. So they're while they're showing the house, they're having to tell people, "Hey, we got a new liner coming in 2 weeks." And I'm like, "Listen, why don't you pull it off the market until we get the liner put in, and that way you don't have to, tell people."
I mean, people should be. If people know that something's about to get taken care of, I mean, I know some are going to want to do some things on their own, but I mean, I'd wait 2 weeks if there was going to be a huge inconvenience that was taken care of before I bought the house.
Yeah, because sometimes you put that doubt in someone's mind that that's one problem they're fixing. What else are they not?
Right. So I told her to drop the price, get the liner. Let's button up a few loose ends. I'm trying to deal with all this, and then I look at my phone. And it's like 2:10.
Oh, I freaked out. I text Macho after the meeting, and I'm like, Macho, I told Bubba the right time, right? And I started questioning myself, and then I'm like, I think I'm going to get yelled at tomorrow.
You guys said 2 o'clock on the air 40 times.
I know.
That's what I was making sure about, Seth. But I called Macho, and he's like, I'm pretty sure you said 2. And I'm like, I don't know. He wasn't there, and that's not Bubba. Bubba usually is there at like 1:50.
And then poor Macho's got to freak out because of, Bubba, and because the whole it's affecting everybody's life.
Well, that's why then Macho and I talked to her like, are you sure maybe Bubba's not okay?
No,
maybe something happened at the blood drive.
And then I texted Lummy.
Yeah.
And said, I completely owned it. I'm like, Lummy, it's my fault. I'm a dick. I'm the worst. Can you please get a hold of Sarah and tell him, I can do a meeting at his convenience, reschedule, get the salespeople. This is on me. I completely dropped the ball on this. So listen, I'm sorry, Lummy. I've been doing content, radio, terrestrial, syndicated, digital I've been doing it for quite a while, 40 plus years, and I do not miss client / sales. I just don't miss them, whether it's in person or whether it's via Zoom now. I just don't miss them, whether it's onboarding calls with our podcasting company, Seth, or whether it's various other like I have an Omaha Steaks read to get, and we'll get that done today.
Is your life in shambles?
No.
It's getting there?
It's not. It's frayed.
Ooh.
You know how like before the rope breaks, it gets frayed?
Yes, sir.
I'm frayed.
I love rope analogies.
Right now, I'm frayed.
There's a possibility of this rope breaking?
Yes, absolutely.
Today?
No, not today, but
in like a hurricane, it could be in like a week and a half, right? And then last for a week?
I would describe it as a sinkhole, and it's starting. We're starting to see a little foundation undermining, if you will. Our house has not been completely engulfed, but the driveway is caving in a little bit. We're hoping to bring in some people that can fix the driveway, which will help the house not fall in the hole. But it's touch and go at its finest. Hello, who's this?
Oh, good morning, Bubba. It's Michael Gavin Ali here. How are you?
I just don't have time for it.
Was that who?
I don't know.
Is he doing voices?
I don't know who.
It's a number I've never seen
I don't know
before.
who it is, but whoever it is, can you please just use your natural speaking voice and try to act like some Muppet? Or I quite frankly don't know what you were trying to do.
It was a big swing and a miss. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like I was gonna reference Star Search. I don't know why. I was a child when it was out, but people, feel like they have 5 seconds and then they're like, "All right, I'm going to show my talent. I do Muppet voices."
Yeah. So let me yesterday. What was it? Was it in Iraq or Iran?
India.
India. And at first, it was reported that there were 100 people on board, and now it's over 2, isn't it?
241 people were on the flight.
Plane crash in India. They're saying no survivors, and we're at what, 241?
Yes, right there.
241 right now. I don't know if there's any volume. No, I think this is no volume, Lummy, as far as. Oh yeah, I got the wrong.
आग लगी बस्ती में आग लगी बस्ती में.
So it doesn't show. I don't know that there's any footage of the plane taking off, losing altitude, crashing into what looks to be like the city. Right? Looks to be like it's the city.
Well, it didn't say anybody was harmed on the ground.
Right.
I mean, I didn't see that, so I don't know. I don't know if there's any rural areas in India.
So then the other, let me, if we continue to try to track down footage on that, 241 known to be dead. And then we get this email yesterday, which goes right along the line of yesterday, which might which yesterday's Tuttle Alex Stein debacle, I think, has legs and is going to continue on. I'm continuing to evaluate the situation as to what I'm going to do. I reached out and spoke with Tuttle yesterday. We had an all-staff meeting, which consists of 4 people: me, Macho Man, Seth, and Lummy. Right after the show, I think that we were all in agreement of to what we potentially might do. But Lummy did get a phone call or a text from Alex yesterday stating that after going back and rewatching the show, that indeed he was way, way out of line and stiff. He says or told Lummy that he's going to call Tuttle. I don't know if that will work, quite frankly. I don't know if calling Tuttle... I don't know that Tuttle ever wants to talk to Alex yesterday after some of the... Listen, we get into arguments, but when you go to the fact... When you go right to the molestation situation that happened in your life, that you were, I wouldn't say cool enough, but you were transparent enough to be able to talk about on the air, but in a therapeutic type way. I don't think that's in bounds for a guest to bring up while being in an argument with you.
It's not.
It's not.
And if you think somebody's soft because they got molested and don't want to talk about it, you're just a different kind of American.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a good look.
Yeah, it's just not. It's just not. And Tuttle, he told the story years ago. Once before, he reiterated the story most recently and obviously on a portion of the program that Alex was either on the air live with or went back and listened to. I think Alex heard it.
I think he was on the air.
Oh, he's on the air?
Yeah.
Okay. So we got... The listeners all have their own opinion, from Pippi Shortstroker to Heather Spin Instructor to S67-4. Everybody has their opinion as to...
Well, people are saying that Tuttle made a song about him getting molested.
No, Manson did.
Oh, okay.
Well, it was produced by Manson. Yeah, so...
Okay.
So, again, that was probably 15 years ago, 10 years ago. Right? I mean, you could probably find it.
It was 2017, so 8 years ago.
All right. Could you find it?
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, now I know that only the hardcore Bubba Army has heard this song. And I know for a fact that I don't think, Lummy, we've published this song. Is it on our YouTube channel?
I don't think it's on the YouTube. It's in our Bubba Army HQ.
Of course. Yeah. Everything's on Bubba Army HQ. So, you have to be a hardcore fan to have been able to even have heard this ever. And, 2017 was a different era than what we're living in nowadays. And so, I think Alex going and playing that card. Here's the thing. Tuttle and Seth seem to be the closest with regards to Tuttle and with regards to who Tuttle speaks to on the show. They've bonded, they're friends, and it's and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Seth, so I'm going to throw it over to you, but it's in my opinion that you've kind of alluded to me that Tuttle right now might not be in the best of places.
Yeah, he's not. He's not. I mean, as most people would understand, the molestation stuff where he was forced to perform oral on a family member affects him to this day. And I just don't think that that's something that you try to bring up in a text message argument, which was what started the whole thing between Tuttle and Alex. I just don't think that's something you bring up to try to make a point.
Oh, so did Alex text that?
No. I'm saying the text that remember Tuttle initially said that.
No, yeah.
I'm just saying
Okay,
to get to the point where you're bringing that up,
right,
in a roundabout way to go, hey Tuttle, I understand, I know why you're messed up, Tuttle, but it's because you do. It's just, I mean, like,
we're not on topic talking about that particular situation. We're on topic talking about a text message exchange or a chain. That's so I understand you're saying the topic that we're arguing about is who should have texted who what, and you go from that, which is inbounds, to when you were molested when you're 8. It just doesn't, you can't draw the parallel there. It doesn't make sense. It's just, you're completely being inappropriate and it's out of bounds. It's quite frankly out of bounds. It very much is.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people believe it was the alpha beta thing, and it really, really wasn't that yesterday. It was really when it got into the dark places.
Well, when he did that, though, when he did the alpha beta deal, I was even like taken back. Like, why do you have to describe it like that? And I don't know how many different times I walked through a scenario as to how Alex could have presented what he wanted to say in a much more user-friendly type way that wouldn't make a man feel like a bitch. No man wants to feel like a bitch. No man wants to fake, no man wants to be told that the man that you're speaking to is far superior of a man than you are. When you're discussing communicating through when you're talking about a text exchange, I don't think one man is better than the other. And when a man is talking to a man and he says, listen, I understand why Tuttle didn't get back to me because I'm alpha and he's beta. And during this conversation, I was the alpha male and he was the beta male. And I, as the alpha male, should have taken more initiative and said more and given more information. Well, if you go back and listen to the bit, I think I stopped it right there. I think I interjected and said, whoa, we're not going there. Well, he had already said, a very disparaging, belittling comment to Tuttle, which really put Tuttle in his frame of mind. And once you piss off Tuttle, he flips out. He literally sees red. So there was no fixing it because of that statement. And then here's what pisses me off more than anything is that after Tuttle just shut it down, but he was still online, but he shut it down, I gave Alex 4 or 5 different softballs as to how he could have or better yet, could word what he's trying to say and maybe save face. I mean, if Alex had said, Tuttle, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. I meant to say that, you know what, obviously I had all the information on this gig. I should have probably taken it upon myself to inform you better because I was lead. I was kind of had the most information with regards to this appearance, and maybe I should have communicated better with you. Now, nobody can have a problem with that. That's the facts, and it's polite. It's not calling anybody a name. It's saying, I wish you would have responded back to me, but it's my fault in not continuing the conversation because I'm the one, not that I'm alpha and you're beta, but instead I'm the one that knew the information with regards to the meetings, so I should have contacted you again and given you that information. There's no names called there. Nobody's being called a bitch. Nobody's being called a beta. I think that works. So I'm telling Alex to position it like that, and he just keeps doubling down and tripling down and quadrupling down. And at that point, I think Tuttle, honest to God, I think Tuttle did the right thing by saying, I'm out. Because I think things would have escalated.
Well, I think Tuttle helped you because if Tuttle didn't get out, I still think you'd be sitting here having them both on because you were struggling to disconnect from Alex yesterday because you were trying to at least let him end the conversation or saunter out, but it was just like you said, just constantly doubling down, coming up with new things, and it just at some point you just had to end it.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba. Gene, good morning.
Hi, Gene.
Hey, sorry, it's a little off topic, but I was just wondering if you got the pictures of the race cars I sent you, and is it show at btls.com?
I don't. Yes, it is show. No. It's show at thebubbaarmy.com. Or
it's show at bubbaarmyhq.com.
Or
Show at Bubba Army.
Or Bubba Army Pics at gmail.com. That's actually
okay.
Yeah. Bubba Army Pics, PICS, Bubba Army Pics at gmail.com, and I'll get those pictures. And if they got Bubba Army stickers on the race cars or what have you,
It's your old number 48 from at East Bay from a long time ago.
Yeah, send it to me. I'd love to have it.
I've got some old Red Dog photos that were given to me, and it had a lot of I got some of your 48, 98 Rock Dollhouse sprint car that you signed, and some pictures of you racing. I tried to send them. So Bubba Army Pics at gmail.com.
Yep, that'll go right to us, and then like every week or so, Macho Man gathers them up and puts them on the flash drive, and he updates them. And by the way, anybody who's got any Bubba Army related, maybe pictures of you and I at a meet and greet, or pictures of a bumper sticker on your truck, or Bubba Army mud flaps, or just anything to do with the brand or the show, send us your pics if you like to bubbaarmypics at gmail.com, and we'll put them on my back wall, which actually a lot of people, my back wall is a show in itself, Lummy. If you'll just watch the back wall, it's quite entertaining.
Oh, that's the only reason I watch every day.
Yeah.
I can't wait for these pics to come in.
Do you remember when you and Gene were at East Bay doing some races? It was the Team Hogan 98 car, and I think Gene was in the 02, and I was probably 15. I brought my RC car there, and I had a body I painted just like the Team Hogan. And Gene's like, "Oh man, that's cool. How about that? Got Hootie on there and everything."
No, I do not remember that. That's 20 plus years ago. But thank you for that.
It's a great memory for you, though.
It will be. Hold on. It will be a great. It'll be a great memory that I'll be able to maybe remember once you send me those pictures.
I have that picture somewhere.
Right.
That picture somewhere I have to find. That one's digital somewhere. I have to find that one.
Hey, Tuttle or Alex Stein, who you got?
Tuttle or Alex Stein, who stays?
Let's make this interesting.
Total all day.
Thank
Total
you.
all day.
Thank you, my friend. Love you. I think that might be the little poll that we run.
Bubba, taking that call where that guy just went completely into his own world about sending pictures. Even though I know you took the call, it reminded me of the time we were having a meeting in here my first time around, and JP Peterson just stormed in, walked in here, and just started talking to you about the Lightning or something, and asking you questions about using your studio.
His whole agenda at that point was using my back studio, and we were literally in a full blown all staff, creative meeting on getting some stuff done.
And he walked in here, turned his back to us, and talked to you for 20 minutes.
Didn't miss a stride. Turned, and you guys were like, I'm like, what's going on here? No, I remember absolutely. What's he doing nowadays? Has he still got a show?
I think he's still doing the sports.
The sports deal?
Yeah, he still has it.
Macho Man might know. Where is JP at now? I know he was at AM 820 for a while.
Do you know that Dan Silio's on this station?
Yeah, I do know that.
And, man, I was listening to Jim Rome on here yesterday.
Yeah, Jim Rome's been on for a while.
AM 820.
What a powerhouse.
Here's the deal, man. If we got rated, if we actually bought the ratings, it would be amazing. Between 98.3 over in Pinellas County, which is an unbelievable FM, you can get it everywhere in Pinellas County. 96.7 in Hillsborough County, and then AM 820 globally. It would be amazing to see what our ratings would be if we were indeed given a report card. But the rating system is if your company does not buy the ratings, then they don't tell you what you are. Meanwhile, back in the day, if you didn't buy the ratings, you just couldn't use them in sales presentations. But they would at least include what your number was, and now they don't do that.
JPP's on the the FAM stream Sports.
FanstreamSports.com.
Yeah.
Nice. Hello, who's this? I'm running late. I got a Tuttle email, and then I'm going to potentially call Tuttle. Lummy, if we can get Gary and or Macho Man to put polls up on at least, I know YouTube you can do a poll.
YouTube.
Can you do a poll on?
No, not right now.
On Rumble?
No, not yet.
Okay, not yet. Okay.
And we put that parody up on Button Bar. 3A.
3A. Okay. Now, I'm going to probably listen to it privately to see if it's even something I want to go to.
Gotcha.
Okay. Yes, last call. My phone lines are packed. 813-90 Bubba. Hi, who's this? Hello.
Bubba, Lummy?
Yes.
Seth? Hey, I'm at work too, so I'm just gonna make it quick and hang up. I just have one observation. I think both guys made great points about each other, whether they're adversarial or not. But I feel like Tuttle, since you brought him back, is kind of, whether he'll admit it or not, and I don't know if jealousy or resent is probably not the perfect word for it, but because Alex Stein is kind of doing what Tuttle used to do, I feel like Tuttle feels like he was the original Alex Stein and kind of resent, because for him to go off on Alex, it was like he was ready to pounce on anything Alex did the first and second time.
Listen.
And I feel like Tuttle feels like he was the original Alex.
Listen to me.
That's a lot to feel.
Yeah, listen to me, bud. When I threw the softball, because Tuttle has worked with me long enough and knows what I want for the most part, and him and I, Seth and Lummy will attest that I did not have a conversation with him stating that I was going to throw it over to him for him to babyface on Alex. When I threw it over to Tuttle to respectfully, say he was sorry or, explain his situation in a gentlemanly type way, Tuttle did. He did that. There was no name calling. He baby faced off of it, and he apologized, and that was perfect. And then when it went back over to Alex for him to accept Tuttle's apology, or I'm sorry, it ended up the way it was, then that's when Alex started using words like beta, alpha, things like that, belittling Tuttle. And so that's how it went down. I don't know what conversation you heard.
No, you're absolutely right. I just
so that's hold on that, but that was
to 100.
But the way it started is why it ended the way it did. So you can't start breaking down the ending if you don't analyze what started the whole situation. So had Alex, when Tuttle baby-faced and said he was sorry for the miscommunication, and had Alex said, you know what, Tuttle, no problem, bud. It is a miscommunication because after you didn't return my text, I probably, knowing more about the parents, should have circled back around and made sure that you knew all the information. Appreciate you. We'll do something again soon. Now, Lummy, if he had said, or Seth, whoever, if he had said that, I think that neither one of them would have had a problem with either. I think it would have been, I think it would have been perfect. I think they've been, okay, cool. See you in a couple days, couple weeks. Look forward to doing something. I think absolutely that was Tuttle's mindset. But Alex was a dick.
You're right, Bubba. Alex was, and everything you're saying is true. I just feel like if Tuttle came back with, Alex, you're an idiot. You don't even know how to apologize.
No,
but instead of going from 0 to 30,
when you're calling,
I hate you.
See you later, bud. You don't even listen. We can sit here and argue about Tuttle's response back after he's been called a beta bitch. All bets are off. After. You know what, Lummy? Can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Can you have Gary or somebody pull me the audio of Tuttle's, of me throwing it to Tuttle then apologizing, and then Alex picking it up with the alpha beta. Now I don't need it long form, meaning after I just need I need I need it short form. I don't need, because after Alex, went into his beta deal, we can stop it at that because we all know what happened. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But if you could get me that exchange, I think it validates our point. 813-90 Bubba. The phone lines are blown. We'll get to them momentarily. Also, potentially, maybe get a hold of Tuttle.
I also did send you 2 other videos of the plane crash.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
We'll get into this plane crash that happened in India where there's now, they're saying 241 or 242 people dead.
244.
244. And also let me get into, there was an email sent, and I love it. When an email, it comes to all of us. And one of us usually will respond. I don't respond. Because if I respond, Lummy, then they have my email.
And we don't need that.
So I don't do that.
Nope.
But between you, Mach, Merch Crick, and Seth, you guys, all email inquiries usually get answered by one of those four people. This guy, Scott Mercer, has his opinion on what happened, and he couldn't be any more wrong. And Seth absolutely lit him up. Said, hey, you know what, buddy? Stop worrying about this nonsense, you little bitch, and start paying more attention to your family.
I had about 10 minutes before the Thunder game started, so I thought I'd check my email.
You lit him up. I love it. You went right to the family card, indirectly calling him a piece of crap dad. You know what I'm saying?
I don't listen, man. I don't understand. Man, sometimes I just want to let it rip, man. And sometimes
you let it rip, kid.
On email, I do. Mostly because I know that even Tom Bean gets my replies.
The phone calls 813-90 Bubba. Hopefully, let me the audio soon from Gary, and then potentially a Tuttle call. I would like to take this opportunity to say this, and I'd like to get an air check of it.
Okay.
But I would like to say this, and it just makes me so very sad. But I guess yesterday on Howard's show, the topic was brought up that Robin's cancer that she fought through and beat back in 2016 has reappeared.
Oh.
And so Robin is now, fighting through that. I emailed Howard last night, and I don't have Robin's email. I have Howard's, and had I had Robin's, I wouldn't have bugged Howard with it. But I don't have Robin's. And I just said, can you please tell her we're thinking about her? And I hope that she's strong and recovers. So, Robin, our thoughts go out to you. You are always so very gracious with me and my team. You are always so nice, always so great to us. You used to call in. There'd be times that she would just call in, and Howard would actually get mad because he's like, why? I think during my show, we might be able to find it, that she revealed who Mr. X was. And Howard got so mad because for years, whomever she was dating was always referred to as Mr. X. And one day, Robin just got a little freaky and decided to call the show and, was running a little bit loose. Maybe she had a couple, glasses of wine, calls the show. We got her live on the air, just going back and forth. And we are able to get who Mr. X is out of her. And Howard was so mad that exclusive information wasn't disclosed on his show. So, Robin, I love you. You've always been so good to me and my the people who work for me. And I'm really, really thinking about you during these tough times. I wish you the very best. Please, please, please get better.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
It was designed to bring in more money and to pump up numbers. And we decided that the molestation angle was something that we really wanted to work to try to get you guys to believe it. Don't tell anybody. Like Gwen Stefani says, don't speak. I notice what you're thinking. Let's think about it without saying it. Lummy was the mastermind. He wrote this whole bit over the weekend.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Well, he had
Walker helped too.
A couple weeks ago, he set this up like wrestling, like there was a storyline. He started writing weeks ago.
Do a run-in and smash Seth in the chair.
Turtle is out of school.
I'm not afraid of foot.
And he's wearing short shorts and they're making me drool.
Oh, I'm well hung.
I'm Pat's ice cream man that serves snow cones in the news.
Should have hung up.
I'm Pat's ice cream man that get hot when he walks by. Sexy little guy.
I'm freaking out right now.
I think I'll unzip his fly.
I bet he's got a hard ass.
Wait a minute. Here comes Pat's dad. It's time for me to fucking fly.
I bet he's got a hard ass.
I grab Pat's banana, squeeze his nuts. I volunteer soft buns too. I'm Pat's ice cream man. I tell him to open
I'll be the
wide.
pitcher and you can be the catcher.
It's hot today, Pat. Won't you let me come in?
I hated you then, I hated you now, and I'll hate you forever.
You know I'm staring at his crime.
Should have hung up.
Ringo Valentino, 84 months.
You know I'm his hard as a rock.
I'm not a smart.
What's that?
Oh, I was just talking to Chad. Sorry.
I'm a monkey.
Thumbs up.
Starting to have a panic attack with this bow tie on. I bet he's got a hard ass.
Put this rocket pop it in your mouth. I really wanna watch it slide.
I'll be the pitcher and you can be the catcher.
I'm Pat's ice cream man. I wanna unzip his fly.
I don't have a mustard mouth.
I'm your ice cream man, Pat. It's hot. Let me come inside.
I'm not a Harry Potter mustard mouth.
Hey, Patrick Powder, won't you please?
They could eat me out of it.
That'll be a big whodunit.
Is that from the same guy that wrote the song about Rob's baby getting hit by a car?
No, we never did a song about that. No, never did a song about that.
I got a hot loner and stoner today, I'll tell you that.
Woo!
Has to be a hot podcast. Let's see.
We don't know anything about that. What's up, Scott? Starboard. Looks like your cancer came back.
Who?
Skank Hut. Oh, they were just asking what happened to Robin Quivers. Skank Hunt.
Woo!
No one does. What's up, Ty J?
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App.
What's up, Big Buck?
I hate to hit him again. Let me put rent on the 15th. Say it. I feel like just a fucking. I'm a fucking just a piece of shit grifter.
Oh boy.
That's all I am.
Oh man.
I mean, I'm worse than that swimmer. What's her name? Riley Gaines.
Yeah.
How many? Let me. How many?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I listened to the Manson-produced Tuttle's Ice Cream Man because Tuttle did tell the story of the ice cream guy touching him years ago. Like, what, 8 years ago?
Yeah, about that.
He also tried to kill himself 8 years ago as well. So, he's a whole different person. And bringing up those topics probably aren't best for his mentals. It's my opinion that his mentals have been better than ever with having a full-time job, having, trying to get over the death of both his mom and his dad, being sober. I think rekindling his relationship with his wife, Kristen. They do a podcast. Tuttle does ancillary stuff too called Canned Meat, which, Lummy, did you ask Tuttle when we could potentially get a new one of those? I actually yesterday also talked to the Merch Crick and said I will be starting next week. We'll be having the food reviews on Thursdays, doing my part of additional content. So I think Tuttle's going through a little bit of a tough time right now for whatever reason. But I listened to Tuttle's Ice Cream Man. It's funny, but I don't think it's something that I play on terrestrial radio.
No. So
if I do play it, which I'm going to play it during the hot mic segment. And only play it. I'm only going to stream it, so you'll only get it on Bub Army HQ. You'll only get it on Rumble. You'll only get it on YouTube, X, Twitch, Facebook, locals. You will not get it terrestrially. It's not FCC actionable, but it's borderline titillation, yeah, if you will. I also, Lummy, just got a text from Larry Plummer.
Oh. Nice.
And Larry Plummer said, I'm just catching up from yesterday's show, and I know exactly who you lost your virginity to. And then he wrote the name down, and I go, oh, my God. He goes, I guess I told him. But he knows. He's the only person that knows.
So you guys are Eskimo brothers now?
No,
you already were.
No, he never.
Larry was thick and rugged. He wasn't banging that hog.
Yeah, hold on. Say that one more time.
Larry was thick and rugged. He wasn't banging that hog.
Larry was thick and rugged, had just a super hot chick who was, her name was Tanya, and she's hot, and she was like a track athlete star, and she did hurdles, and she was just unbelievable. That's, I actually got more pleasure on watching, call me a voyeur, but I actually got more pleasure on watching Larry blast Tanya than the hog I had to deal with. I'm very embarrassed. I hope my sister and my mom don't ever find out. Because it's very.
That's got to be one of the least embarrassing things, though, that they would probably find out about you.
Yeah, I got to think
that you banged a thick girl back to lose your rose.
Yeah, I just hope that they don't. I just hope that they don't ever listen or hear any of this and start speculating as to who it was and start putting two and two together. And I just want to move on. Larry, I know your lips are sealed, my friend. Thank you. Let me this. You have obtained more footage of the India. What looks to be like a 727 or a super, like it's a jet that we've all gotten on before.
Yeah.
That 2-engine, 270 passenger jet that you take from here to New York or here to Los Angeles. It's the standard passenger jet that most airlines use. Here and I think you said, Seth, that the death toll is now 240 plus.
Yeah, 244. Well, that's
what's that?
That's how many people were on the plane.
Here's what I don't understand.
Man, that happened fast.
I don't know if it's landing or taking off.
It was taking off.
Okay, so it was taking off and obviously maybe had some type of dual engine failure or something because it couldn't maintain altitude. like completely, like just lost power. And since it might be over the city and there was no probably clear area for it to touch down at, so it just ran into a bunch of buildings.
If that was like, if there was like land for him, he should have been able to like land, right?
No, not if there's.
No, I'm saying if there was open land.
Yeah, I mean, if there was open land, or even water, you could touch that down and maybe not be as catastrophic as it ended up being. But I think when you touch down on buildings, and now you're just your plane's going to be torn into a million pieces, and you're full of fuel because you're taking off, so you're full fuel, and you're going to have it's going to be a fireball. Now you can see the pilot has control of the plane, meaning like he's flaring it up. Like it's not nosediving. You can see here that he's flaring it up, trying to get the ass in, preparing for an emergency landing. He just unfortunately didn't have a clearing. And then, Lummy, this is a couple different pictures of. Now, is that the plane that's like on top of a building?
Yeah, it's a crowd. Yeah.
And then again, there's the plane that's on top of the building as well. Lummy, do we have a poll up? And what is it saying with regards to Tuttle? Who is to what's it say? The poll that we put up with regards to Tuttle and.
Stein?
We haven't put that. We're going to put the poll up now. We just sent you the video from YouTube.
Oh, okay.
And we're getting the poll up.
Hi, who's this?
Hey, good morning, Bubba. It's Mike, man. How are you?
Hi. Where did you send me that? Where did you send me?
Messenger.
On Messenger. Okay, cool. Hi, Mike.
Hey, just wanted to say good show, man. And as much as I like to pick on Tuttle or kind of haven't enjoyed Tuttle over the past, long time since you've had him employed, all since the back to activate the plan days. I actually admire you, Bubba, for sticking up for Tuttle, and I think it's a good decision not to play the Manson song. I was listening during the hot mic. That would probably get Tuttle off the edge. But it's just good to see that you stick up for you guys, Bubba, and you always have done that. And that's one reason why I really appreciate you and your show and your guys.
Well, I try. I'm sure that I've made some mistakes in sticking up for the wrong person a few times. But, listen, this is pretty clear cut. Tuttle, and I have the audio that I'm going to play next. I sat through the whole debacle. And to me, man, Stein was on one. He was just trying to be a dick. And listen, that's not my mentality. My mentality isn't to plot two people against each other and act. I'm not, and let's not forget that's coming on the heels of Alex, kind of bonsaiing John Morgan as well.
He seems to be a loose cannon, Bubba. He's I don't know if he's just out for himself or whatever, but he seems to be a big time smartass. So I think he made the right decision. Lastly, too, Lummy's amazing, and Seth is really starting to pick up Seth. So it took me a while to catch on to him, but I really appreciate him as well. And good show, Bubba. Keep up the good work. Don't stop.
Appreciate it, my friend. Thank you. Hello.
The poll's up.
Hey, Bubba.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I couldn't tell. Now, look, man, I'm pro Tuttle, but my thing is, look, man, this is what Alex does. This is all he does is has these fights and conversations with people. It's nothing to him.
But here's the deal. Hold on. Here's the deal.
Yeah.
That's not the dynamic of my program. I don't do that. I'm not trying to get, the co-hosts that come in weekly and try to contribute to the show or come in daily. I'm not trying to be adversarial to them and bring guests in to rile them all up. Maybe that was my mentality back in the day, but that's not where I am right now. It's not good radio. That's not what I do. That's not what I do now.
Can I ask you a serious question, Bubba?
Yeah.
if you were down and out, who would answer your phone call? Would Alex be there or would Tuttle be there? Nothing to do with the show. You're down and out.
Probably both. And Tuttle has the ability to get here before, Tuttle's, 90 minutes away and Alex is a plane flight away.
That's a good question.
I got you.
I think they're both good friends. Tuttle has more tenure and has been with me longer and has, so
I'll say Tuttle. I don't know who would be the first to get there, but I know Tuttle would be the last to leave.
Good call. Yeah, good call, Seth.
All right, buddy. Thanks.
Hey, thank you.
All right. Let me thank you. Thank you to Gary and you and to Mach, whoever got this.
Team effort.
Thank you. This is the exchange. This is what we're talking about right now. I think that those are the deals that are being made now.
Yeah. And I wasn't trying to be rude. I was just being respectful and keeping quiet.
Okay. Yeah, I know. But I'm bringing up that Tuttle hasn't said anything. He's been super quiet, which is kind of a way to get Tuttle engaged into the conversation. Tuttle picked it up that I wanted him to talk. At that point, when I say, "Hey, Seth, you haven't said much," Seth knows that's kind of a cue to I'd like for him to participate a little bit more. Now, when the Diacos are here, it's a little tough sometimes, and I feel it, and I feel his pain. But Seth knows. I do it to anybody. I mean, it would be if I feel somebody's checked out or mad or not feeling what we're doing, I'll directly not call them out, but try to get them interwoven into the topic a little bit better. Because I want all the show to be everybody's opinion. I want everybody to talk more. And so Tuttle's not saying a word because he's being respectful, because he's super mad at how he was handled last week. So I throw him a softball, and quite frankly, Tuttle knocks it out of the park. He knocks it out of the park. He's respectful. He's not mean-spirited. There's no name-calling. I think that those are the deals that are being made now.
Yeah. And I wasn't trying to be rude. I was just being respectful and keeping quiet.
Okay. Yeah, I know. But
now you want to be respectful, though. And one thing I do want to say,
Alex.
No, I'm going to be calm.
As you can see, I see that Alex is in Alex Dick mode.
Yep.
And rather than to say, thank you for being respectful, appreciate that. And I think the outcome would have been far different. But Alex automatically thinks that everything is a debate and burn it right down to the ground.
I hear combativeness
Alex,
coming on already.
I immediately now. I feel like you're trying to double down on it. He baby facing as being a gentleman. I expect the same from you.
No, I just want to say that I think this is a thing I didn't say last week that needs to be known, is that I am primetime Alex Stein, and you are Tuttle. I am the alpha. You are the beta, and that I should have been more communicative to you. Okay. So I think I was saying I do take some responsibility.
And at this point, Tuttle says, "Hey, Bubba, I'm out of here," and Tuttle was right. It was going to go nowhere fast, and that's where it went. Quite frankly, to a bad place quickly. And so, however you score this, I'm standing behind Tuttle. And Seth is standing behind Tuttle. And Macho is standing behind Tuttle. And Lummy is standing behind Tuttle. And I don't know what the poll says, whether we got it up or not.
It's 81% Tuttle, 19% Stein.
And so I did get an email, a non-favorable Tuttle email from just some. I don't even want. You'll probably be able to if Macho Man puts the email up on the screen, which I don't want him to necessarily, because I don't want. You know what, Seth? I don't want to give this guy any more glory than he deserves. Like, I don't even want to say the guy's name. Like he's inconsequential to me.
I mean, to me, having an opinion on what transpired on the show is not bad at all. I just disagreed with his opinion. I mean, that's really, I don't think like he's a troll or a bad guy. I just thought it was interesting to sit down and write an email like that, and so I gave it a reply.
Yeah, you did, and I liked your reply.
Thank you.
But I don't want to show the email because I have the guy's email address. He might start getting smashed with trolls and get doxxed and gaslighted and the whole 9 yards. I can just say that it comes from a guy named Scott Mercer, but I'm not going to give you his email address. It comes from a guy named Scott Mercer, and it says, I love Tuttle, but he was 100% in the wrong, and Alex owes him no apology. He was being a bitch, a beta, if you will. And now you're blaming Alex? Tuttle acted like a beta, and you've done so much more worse to him than he still kisses your ass. If there's anything more beta than that, there's nothing. I'm sorry. Is there anything more beta than that? Should have been a question mark. Would you kiss someone's ass after they treated you the way that you've treated Tuttle? Beta. Also, Alex is on a better trajectory than this show, which I love. But choosing Tuttle over Alex is a mistake on your part, and Tuttle needs to act like a man. He was scared to call you out about Russ's show. I'm sorry. He was scared to call you out about Russ's show. I don't think it. Oh, to call you about Russ's show. Yeah, he was scared to call you about Russ's show. I agree to that. That's a mistake. Beta. Never thought I would say this, but the new Bubba is turning soft. The child touching comment was low, but you still have done worse to him. Okay.
So you made the worst part of the whole conversation a fleeting comment at the end,
right,
and dismissed it by saying you've done worse.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have Seth's reply.
Yeah, if you scroll up, it's there.
It's right up. It's right above it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Seth says he made fun of Tuttle for doing fellatio on his cousin's penis at 8. Nobody gives a F about the beta comment. Go spend some time with your family.
That's.
Did he? I don't know that he responded back.
Guys like that have a hard time sending emails, so it's probably even a harder time, trying to read replies. But yeah, I just wanted to let him know. I thought it was interesting how, dude, if you call people alpha and beta, if you make those decisions, you are 1,000,000% a beta. That's it.
Well, and it's name calling.
If you decide that you're going to put yourself above another person just because you feel like it, like you're a beta. Like that's the definition to me, is when you decide what a man is, you're a 100% beta.
And here's the deal. Now, if you have a relationship with that guy and you're his boss or you're his friend and you guys have established that he is the leader and you just kind of go with the flow and you have a history with a guy or a girl for that matter, or anybody for that matter, and there has been a alpha and a beta established, potentially, you could potentially at that point say it. But, Tuttle and Alex had a texting exchange. And Alex is now, typecasting beta and alpha based on a texting exchange. It was a reach at best. And, Lummy, I think that...
that's not, to me, though, that's not even, like, from where that went to, to where we ended, like, that's not even... That doesn't even hit my radar as the alpha beta stuff.
It's not even in play.
It was the long preamble about, I'm sorry, I know why you're like this in life. It's because you were touched and you were molested, and, I'm sorry that this happened to you, and I understand now how you are because of that. It's just like we
didn't play where he gets into why Tuttle is that way, which is completely a stretch at best. And to use a guy, to talk about a man being molested.
That's alpha, man. That's alpha.
I know that we made a song about it, but that was a different era. And Tuttle brought it up, and we were having fun with it. But that was the extent of it. For Alex to bring that as his bag of tricks to validate who's beta and who's alpha, to use, being molested at 8. Maybe I'm just as guilty. You know what? Maybe I am soft as I approach 60. And maybe I think that maybe I'm as guilty as Alex if I play the Tuttle Ice Cream Man song that Manson did during, even though I don't play it terrestrially, I play it, streaming. We probably have I know we have a larger presence and a larger cume of people digitally than we do terrestrially, probably by 10. So maybe I'm just as guilty and I'm being a hypocrite if I play that song, because it is making fun of the molestation that happened by the Ice Cream Man when he was 8. So maybe I don't play it. I need a lifeline from one of you guys.
I don't know, man, Bubba. I spoke to Tully yesterday. I didn't know anything about him, a molestation, until Stein brought it up yesterday. I talked to him, and he explained things to me, and he didn't mention an Ice Cream Man. So I don't know what's real. I don't know what people are clamoring for.
Maybe Tuttle. Was the story with the Ice Cream Man that the Ice Cream Man just had the hots? That Tuttle was actually molested by a family member. I think that's the molestation. Is it not?
I guess that's what
and the Ice Cream Man was just something that Tuttle had talked about, how he thought the Ice Cream Man had the hots for him when he was 8. But the molestation...
I thought, back then, I believe that the Ice Cream Man was someone that touched Tuttle in their, around their, he would come around their neighborhood or whatever. And I guess he got called in one time, I believe that was the story. And then the family member thing, I guess, just randomly came up a month ago.
Yeah. So, am I just as bad as Alex? And shedding funny and or entertaining light on a potential molestation via a parody song that was written 10 years ago, but was taken from information that Tuttle said on the air? Do I just lay that to rest and don't even go there?
What do you think the audience wants?
I don't know. Maybe we should ask Tuttle.
Okay.
Yeah. That is having him relive it again, though, but...
Yeah, let's just ask Tuttle. I'm going to call Tuttle next. How about that? Let's do that. Here we are scratching our heads as to what we do. Let's get the man himself on the air, including but not limited to, does he want to continue to be on the show? Oh. Seth had indicated to me today that he's picking up vibes that maybe Tuttle just wants to do the Kristen podcast and maybe the canned meat deal, and he doesn't want to be on the air on Wednesdays. Now, the Tuttle that I know loves being on the air, loves it, but maybe Tuttle has changed and I don't know Tuttle anymore, and we let him tell us what he wants. We've already, Lummy, I've already let it be known. I called him, and he was on a conference call. He clicked over, and he said, listen, I only got 2 minutes. I said, listen, I just want to let you know that what Alex did was wrong. I completely support you. We're not going to have him on the air anymore, and I'm backing you. And he said, thank you so very much. Let's talk. I got to go. So, Tuttle knows where I stand. But maybe I'm already assuming, maybe I'm wrongfully assuming, Seth, that Tuttle wants to, of course, be on Wednesdays, but maybe he doesn't. And maybe we just simply need to ask him to be honest with us. And what do you want to do? Do you want,
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I
hope he answers. I would think that he's probably up by now.
Yeah, it's 7:20.
Yeah. Maybe let me text him.
Okay.
If you could, and say, Bubba, I'd like to call you live in 5 minutes. It's just to get to see where your head is and, He might even be listening for all that I know. Whew. Yeah, let's see if we can do that next. Okay, bud?
Sounds good.
All right.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
So Thomas Gilson. So money B hops.
Dorothy.
Page and out. Perfect. Good morning, Alan. What's up? Saraf. Good morning, Alan. Close. Biggie. What's up, Biggie? He is Dave Carr. Oh, it's been better. Grumpy old biker. Good morning, Mitch the Mark. What do you mean, Dave Rock? What's up there, Merchant? Hope you're doing better, buddy.
They're making fun of Reggie Miller last night because he was wearing like a hoodie and he had it like tucked into his jeans and then he had a jersey over it. So he had like a hoodie popping out of his jersey all tucked into his jeans.
And they're making fun of him?
Yeah, he was sitting courtside.
So they got that last night was in Indy, right?
Oh, yeah.
And
man.
they got then one more in Indy.
Yeah,
right?
Friday. They were crazy. I knew what, dude. Once it was like kind of a close game, and then they started panning to the audience, and I saw Caitlin Clark and Reggie Miller.
Oh, Caitlin Clark was there?
Yeah, and
Has
Mark.
she been cleared to play yet?
No, probably soon. Mark Jackson was there.
Did you know? I didn't know this. Well, I did know this because I was there. But when Larry was the president of basketball operations, Chris Mullins, I think ended his career as a pacer.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Because they had similar uniforms to Golden State back then.
That's where he did the most of his.
Yeah, Chris Mullen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, him and Tim Hardaway.
Well, that's right, Tim Hardaway. And then Tim Hardaway's son went to play in the league, didn't he?
He's still in the league. Tim Hardaway Jr. Remember Tim Hardaway? Remember he was on Dan Le Batard back in the day? He's like, I don't like gay people. Do you remember when he did that interview?
No.
Yeah. Lummy, you remember, right?
Yeah. That wasn't a good look for Tim.
I think Tim was trying to get into the Hall of Fame. I think it was maybe conversation about that, and he was a little ahead of his time, I think, as far as hating gay people, so people were really shook. I think he's good now, though.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not speaking out about it.
Just remember, we just used to play the clip so much. It was like, I don't like gay people.
He must have loved living in Miami.
That might have been that. Well, Golden State and Miami.
Oh, that's true.
He was this whole. Lummy understands where Tim Hardaway was coming from now. Is what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I think Golden State and Miami. He lived in San Francisco and then moved.
Then went to Miami.
Beach in Miami. He just couldn't take it anymore, I guess. Yeah, growing up.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
It's Tuttle. Calling Tuds.
Hello.
Tuttle, it's Bubba.
Hey, good morning, Bubba.
How are you, buddy?
Good. Just was in the middle of mowing the lawn. I just wanted to get it done before I got there.
At 7:24 in the morning?
Yeah, I want to get it done because I start work and it gets too hot during the day. So.
Yeah, it gets to be Vietnam hot over there. So after now that we've had a day for all the crap to settle and all the dust to settle, just want to see, where your mind is. I know that you will validate the fact that, as soon as the show is over, I tried to call you, but you were on the middle of a conference call. But I think, I did reach out to you, told you that I felt what Alex did was absolutely unacceptable. And I'm standing behind you. My loyalty is to you. And I hope that you know that. And
yes, I do.
We want to just get where your head's at. I know that you got a full-time job. You and Kristen are doing well. You do a canned meat deal for us. You do a podcast for us. And Seth had maybe raised the question that maybe you don't. And listen, there is no right or wrong answer. And I just want you to be completely honest and not afraid to tell me the truth. But are Wednesdays just too much for you?
Paulie Wona, it's $50.
Wednesdays are not too much for me. It's a long day because as soon as I get done at 10 o'clock, I work until about 6:30. And I don't know about, I know my audio and stuff sounds fine coming in. I just feel like, I don't know, I just don't feel like it's as fluid as I thought it was going to be. And I feel like I don't contribute as well doing it from
first
home
of all,
sometimes.
I got to tell you, you can always be here, but you may not. And I did this from my RV, and everybody assured me that it was perfect and it was great, but I didn't. I felt a disconnect as well. But I got to tell you, it does not come, and I'm as critical of the way things look, the way things sound. I'm as critical as the next, because it's my product, and I want everything to look and feel as good as it can, but that's not the vibe that your remote presence gives at all. Seth, I don't feel a disconnect or like the video or audio chains suffering or
no, it's not
a good quality.
It's not. I just don't think Tuttle is as involved in the show as much. I think that because he is not here, I think that it's harder for him to get involved in conversations.
Yeah, and it is. It really it is. But you do it. I got to tell you, it sounds great on our end, and I think the fans would say it looks and sounds great. So whatever insecurities that you might have is completely on, it's not warranted or valid. You're nailing it remotely.
Okay. Well, and listen, I love doing everything for you. I mean, And I love doing the podcasting and the video content or any man on the street, but I guess I'm scared to do man on the street stuff now. How some people say I'm just scared to get up in front of county council.
Oh, would you
stuff.
stop?
But,
Would you stop with that nonsense? You know that
let him get a few remarks. Let him get a few out.
No, but he was just bringing stupid, cheap heat. That was not warranted, and that's not. I was so proud of you when I handed you the softball and said, "Hey, Tuttle, you've not participated much," and then you picked up the softball, apologized to him, and I thought everything was going to go great. I thought he was going to be like, "Okay, Tuds, we're cool, and when I come to town, let's try to do something." But when he instantaneously starts calling you a beta bitch, and he's far superior because he's the alpha, that's not where I pictured it going.
Yeah, look, we all make mistakes. We all get in the heat of the moment and stuff. But Alex, when Alex goes to that type of stuff, and it just hypocrisy absolutely kills me, because he talks about being a good Christian and all this stuff, and then he turns around and does that stuff, and it just. He kind of hung his own self, and a lot of people called me a pussy yesterday for hanging up and stuff, and I just got to the point where I'm done talking and I'm ready for action.
I think actually you hanging up, not trying to blow smoke up your ass, and but I think you hanging up actually was very well needed, because it diffused, it stopped the argument. And then we could pinpoint on we all jumped on Alex. We all jumped on him, took your side of things. But taking yourself out of the argument now means he can't argue with you. And because it was you were going to say something because I know you. I was. You get pushed, and then you would have said something that probably would have been problematic, and we'd be talking about that right now.
Yeah, I know. See, I have grown after a while. I kind of learn after 4 or 5 times of burning bridges and stuff. So, look, Bubba, I will say this. It meant a lot, because when I got off the phone with you guys yesterday at the end of the show, I was like, yep, that's it. This is the last time that Bubba's ever going to have me around. And it did mean a lot that you said that, when you texted me and said that, I'm backing you, my loyalty is with you. That did mean a lot. And hopefully, I didn't ruin your relationship with Alex and stuff.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm going to have a conversation with Alex, and if it did ruin my relationship with him, then it wasn't as strong, or, if he can't take constructive criticism on appearing on my show and he can't do it my way, then, we're not real friends. And Lummy has talked to him since this all went down. He feels now horrible because he's went back and rewatched what went down, and he's like, oh my God, it kind of got away from me. He's taken full responsibility. Do you guys reconcile? I doubt it, but I know that he feels horrible about it, and I would only have him back if you were okay with it, but that's certainly not something. Okay. But hold on, that's certainly not something that I want to ask now, and it's something that you don't have to think of right. Like I'm not putting you.
That's
on
big power, Tuttle, because Bubba gave me the power to bring you back or not, and I said let's do it, and now look at us.
But what I'm saying is, listen, you know what? What would be the ultimate work would be for you to be the bigger person and say, I'm not going to bury a guy and ban him from the show because he was a dick to me. I'm a bigger person, and if he's willing to apologize, I can let it go. But I'm not, just think.
It needs to be a pre-recorded apology that you hear, Bubba, because I don't. Some of these apologies get a little backhanded real fast.
Well, I would, Tuttle. That's something for Tuttle to think about, and I'm certainly, Lummy, not. I'm going to have an extended time away from Stein. I'm not going to have him on anytime soon, but in the next 2 to 4 to 6 weeks, if Tuttle would change his mind and say, all right, I'm going to allow him to come on the show on a Wednesday when I'm here, and if he has the ability to as a real man give me a real manly, sincere apology, we can both move on. But that's not.
I will say this. Can I jump in?
Yeah,
and
please do.
I've been in Alex's shoes before, where I have said things or done things that have, in the moment, gotten me banned on the show. Like, I've been there, I've done that and stuff.
Oh, I mean, your most recent, the suicide gimmick got you banned because you flipped out.
Mm-hmm. So what I'm trying to say is that, will me and Alex probably ever be friends or hang out? No, I'm not interested in that. But we are in the business of creating content. And Alex does, bring stuff to the table. So, if you would like to, I have no problem with him. I just don't want to have any interaction with him. So when I do my Wednesdays, when he comes on, would it be okay for me to just bow out and,
we're
start my other job on
but
that
we
day?
would separate it at that. I think we'd separate days at that point. There'd be no
we
reason
could
for-
always put him on with.
We would. I don't want to ever take your time away from you in lieu of having to, lay down and let him take 30 minutes while you. No, I would just.
I always thought it made more sense to have mom with the baby.
Yeah, I would just move his appearance so that it doesn't coincide with yours. I'm not cutting time. I'm not cutting valuable. I'm not cutting 30 minutes of your time away just because he's going to be on the air. I would, with your blessing, just move him to a different day. That's it.
And I'm good. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. I have no problem with that.
Tuttle, can you let people know, because there's been a couple people, you have apologized to Stein. You apologized to him last week, right?
Yeah, I did it through text message.
Yeah,
I
okay.
apologize.
No, because people were like, "Oh, Tuttle never apologized to him," and I know you did. So
we talked through text last Wednesday after everything happened.
No, Tuttle,
I apologize after I.
Can I? So he did it. So everybody needs to understand. Tuttle did apologize.
Did you think you were good with him going into yesterday, Tuttle? Because I thought you guys were decent.
Yeah, and that's why, I was just keeping quiet and stuff, and I even apologized again yesterday.
I know. When I threw you the softball, you picked it up and baby faced on it.
Yeah, so and I got rattlesnake bitten. I did.
So Tuttle, let me ask you a question. We have found this Manson Tuttle's Ice Cream Man parody, and I'm not trying to cause any issues here, and I'm just not familiar with the story. When you got touched, and I'm not trying to upset you. I'm just trying to wade through because I don't quite remember. Was it the Ice Cream Man that touched you, or was it a relative?
It was. We used the Ice Cream Man to kind of in the moment, because this is when my parents were still alive, and I told them, look, it was something that happened when I was 7, 8 years old. Somebody that my parents thought they could trust and everything. And it happened to me, and I never told my parents about it because guess what? Later on down the road, where I wanted to tell them, I'm like, no, I can't because my dad would have went to jail, and I didn't want
your dad's wired a lot like you, where he would have seen red and done something that would have probably incarcerated him for the rest of his life. He would have shot the guy.
Oh yeah, it would have. There would have been no hesitation at all.
Right.
That's how it would have been, and I admitted to my parents, and I was upfront. And this happened over, I would say, a year's time, when I was younger and stuff.
But it wasn't the ice cream. It wasn't the Ice Cream Man. We just made it the Ice Cream Man to save the person's identity, right?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. So I just wanted to make sure. I know we had a parody about it. I don't know if you're familiar with the parody or not. I'm not gonna play it. I'm just not gonna play it. I don't think it does any. I played it a little bit.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. So I'm not, but it wasn't. I didn't remember the story, but it wasn't the Ice Cream Man. But we made it the Ice Cream Man so that it didn't expose who it really was, because your father would have killed him.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Sure. And I'll be more open about it.
No. I really don't want to. Tuttle, quite frankly, that's the most absolute worst thing a 7 or 8 year old boy could have gone through, and you said it lasted for a year or so. So no, I'd like for you to lay that to rest in your brain and realize that my show does not need to talk about that subject matter, and that's something that you went through as a kid that just absolutely horrible. So no, I don't want to talk about it.
Do you know, after many years of therapy and stuff, it makes sense of why I am in the way that I pick sometimes, because I apologize. I'm over apologetic. I'm a people pleaser. There's so many things that are just effed up in my life because of that whole situation. And, therapy is the only thing that's helped me kind of figure out why I'm as effed up as I am.
Well, again, I don't want to be your therapist, and you don't have to talk about that situation on my show. We've talked about it enough. We know the background of it now, so we don't need to go. We don't need to go there. It's such a bad topic that I don't want to pick that scab. To be quite honest,
I will say that this said person better hope I never get a disease like stomach cancer or something. I'll just say.
Oh, is this person still alive?
Oh yeah.
So you're saying if you
got no reason to live anymore?
Yeah. If you went to the doctor and hey, listen, Pat, no matter you got pancreatic cancer stage 4, you're gonna probably die by Christmas. Are you going over there and blowing that guy's head off?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I've thought about.
Boy, we could really deploy the Bubba Army for that one.
Yeah, no kidding.
Anyway, Tuttle, thank you for you handled this situation the best you could have.
Dude, yesterday couldn't have been a good day for Tuttle. So.
Yeah, and I apologize, for that. I did not know he was going to go there. And as you could see, I was trying to diffuse it, and I was trying to give him softballs, telling him how he could have, had he said, instead of calling you a beta bitch, just said, hey, Tuttle, I want to just let you know that I probably should have, maybe been a little more proactive since I knew all the data and had all the information. I probably should have maybe texted you again. So for that, I'm sorry, and I look forward to working with you when I come to town. Now, had he said that, I think you would have been, all right, man, cool, whatever, buddy.
Yeah, we would have been great. I heard that after I got off the phone, he was still going hard in the paint on me about gay stunts and stuff that I've done.
Yeah, it's man,
the interesting thing is, though, that it really blew my mind that Lummy said that he went back and watched it and didn't like the way that it came out.
Yeah.
I'm surprised by that.
So, anyway, Tuds.
Lummy's a good friend of mine.
Tuds, we'll look forward to hopefully you'll I'd like to get a canned meat gimmick. People are really itching for one.
I got some, and I'm gonna have my cameraman is starting this weekend with me. So,
or
Tuttle, tell him you got the food reviews coming back, Bubba. It'd be a great pairing.
Tuttle, I could buy you a really kick-ass tripod extension that that you could.
I got that. But you said you liked the movement. You liked the camera zooming in and the movement of the last one. So I just wanted to make sure that I had something good for you. But I'm gonna crank out 2 of them this weekend that you'll have. So
all right, and of course you and your wife will be doing the podcast. I think you like that.
Oh, I love doing the podcast. Me and Colton, I think Loner and Stoner just came out this morning.
It did,
me and Colton just recorded.
Yeah, and Tuttle talked about the Stein incident too. So I mean. Don't leave this show if you're still thirsty for more, but it's out there.
Seth did proclaim, I don't know if it was during a hot mic or whatever, man. I got a great Loner and Stoner that's hitting today. So Seth's already pre-advertised the fact that the Loner and Stoner podcast starring you and Colton is pretty damn good.
You want to hear something wild, Bubba? I didn't have to put up a podcast yesterday because I put up Pigmentation the same day as Clem and Kush. So many, and I posted Tuttle and Kristen, I think, on Monday. Tuttle and so many people went and listened to Tuttle's latest podcast yesterday that I believe it has more listens than the latest Clem and Kush.
Wow. And you know what, Tuttle? I was going. Call me a boomer. I was going through Facebook yesterday, and
he found 17 profiles for you,
and your wife came up as a friend suggestion. and I sent her a request.
Oh, God.
And God dang, she looks good.
No.
Did she accept? Because if she didn't, I'm going to have to yell at her.
No, I don't know. I think it was.
Dude,
late.
she pops up as a suggestion, but out of respect to Tuttle, I don't befriend her.
Oh, hold on.
befriend her.
Me being her friend isn't. I'm not gonna.
You're trying to get in those pictures. You want to see those slutty Halloween pics, Bubba. You're no friend.
No,
that's just a pervert waiting to join your club.
Nothing.
Bubba.
Nothing inappropriate at all. No, I would never do that to Pat.
You're not going to
please.
slip into that DM?
No, I'm not slipping.
He doesn't
into
know
any
how.
DM.
He doesn't know how.
All right, Tuds. Hey, have a good day.
Thank you, Bubba.
Finish the lawn, and we'll be in touch, bud.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, buddy.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
/boss. LOL.
But I sent you Rich and Cavino talked about you real quick. The audio is not great.
In a bad way or a good way?
No, it's a good way.
Is it because you just mentioned them yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh,
Did they hear me mention them, maybe?
He said a fan wrote in about it.
Okay.
And then I sent you a DeSantis came out and said that it's allowed for people to run over protesters.
Okay. Hell yeah.
Andy Conroy says Bubba the Love Sponge. Very popular, if you're not familiar. He's one of the top dogs. Not anymore, but he was. In talk radio. Gave CNR a shout out this morning. He was talking about how Sirius made a huge mistake getting rid of all the real radio people to throw money at celebrity podcasts that no one's interested in. And I know his thoughts on us, and I want to say I appreciate it. We should reach out to him because there's not a lot of people that sing praises like that about me and you. That's the truth.
That's perfect.
What, are those guys hated on too?
No, but they actually had a really popular.
They were on Playboy, weren't they?
No, they were on Hits One, I think.
Were they?
Or they were on
Hits
like
One.
they were on
Not Hits One.
Was that Hits One? They were on like a pop culture channel, and they did Afternoon Drive, and they fucking killed it. Like they did a good job.
No,
they did. I think they did middays.
I've heard of them,
and they were great. Okay, and then he sent me the DeSantis deal.
Oh, Maxim Radio. Thanks, Gary.
Yeah, Maximum. There you go. That's where he was.
That if you're driving on one of those streets, and we also have a policy that if you're driving on one of those streets and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have a right to flee for your safety. And so if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault.
Man, don't tell Gene Lasker that.
Is this AI or is this for real?
No, I don't know. You need to ask that question because in that case, man, we need to get in Lasker's F-450 and go downtown.
I was gonna say this is gonna turn into a terrorist event real quick with people just mowing over, their neighbors.
Yeah, no shit. And saying they were protesting when really they were just taking the garbage out.
Let me look, Berto. I think I probably have a couple lying around. Hopefully. I gotta hit up Craig. I think Craig might have the last of the St. Pete Legend stuff and some mental breakdown. I just unfortunately I gave it all away right as I was getting ready to move to LA. So I just figured I'd let the Florida people have it. What's up, Thomas? What's up, Rick? That is true, Unsavory. Well, actually, I don't really know the rules of the interstate, but I would think protesting on the interstate not good. Although I would not actually have the courage to run somebody over, unless I was an emergency to save somebody's life. I don't know why I would be on my way to save somebody's life, but an emergency scenario. What up, White Iced Tea? What up, Big E? I'm good, man. I hope you're good. I'm scared to even pull over on the fucking shoulder on those, these people that get out in front of it, they need to get run over, just not by me. What up, LM? What's up, Ray? What's up, Pappy Jasper? What's up? What's up, 305? Dude, it's a collector's item, Berto. It's gonna be worth as much as Bubba's TNA card one day. What's up, Alan? What's up, Mitch?
Got a feeling that was a little bit of a slight.
No, it's not. No slight, dude. I don't do slights. I'm here to build up, not tear down. Build up, not tear down. I know it's a sad day, Jim. I feel like I've had a baby ripped from my womb. That's how it feels not having babyface here. No replacement.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I think maybe Florida statewide, certainly in this particular area, I would say from like Ocala to like Naples. If you need a tow or you need heavy transport or you need auto parts, they got a pick and pull auto parts place too. StepsTowing.com. You can or you can always call them, Lummy, if you like.
Yes.
I got so many notes and just so many little post-its and everything. I know it's 800
330-8651.
There you go. 800-330-8651. Oh, it's right there on the website. I should have known. So whether it's 24-hour towing, a lockout, a blown tire, a dead battery, heavy transport, you're moving a bunch of heavy, storage containers or something like that, or you need an auto part, go to StepsTowing.com, the official towing company of NASCAR, Indy. I think they do some F1 stuff when they're in America. Todd Stepp is really, this was founded by his father. And then Todd Stepp, since taking over for his father, obviously passed, R.I.P., Daddy Stepp. But he has taken this whole, this towing business to a whole different level, my friend. They got huge rotator transports. They got everything. What I'm showing on my screen here is just probably 10% of what that entire field, Lummy, could be full of Steps vehicles if they wanted it to be.
Oh, easy.
Is that called a fleet?
Oh, this is this is a mega fleet.
Oh, yeah.
A mega fleet. Steps Towing and Heavy Transport, 800-330-8651 or StepsTowing.com. Todd Stepp, very, very, very. Remember, Lummy, when we needed a pirate ship for the gay pride?
Yes.
I think Steps Towing also owns like 13 professional floats for your organization, like if you want to be part of Gasparillo. I think there's a waiting list, though. I think you can't even get one unless somebody decides not to have it for that year, and you're on the waiting list. So anyway, Steps Towing and Heavy Transport. Thank you so much, Todd, for all that you do for Bubba Army. Don't forget, if you call Steps and you need one of their services, if you say Bubba Army 2025, you get 10% off. I try to keep up on the radio business, on what, like Sirius XM. I obviously found out about Robin's health yesterday by paying attention to what who's saying what companies are strategizing, what terrestrial radio companies on the verge of bankruptcy. We're having problems with FCC commissioners right now that are quitting, terrestrial radio, and a lot of people are cutting the cord, so to speak, and they're digital and or streaming only. Basically, as a content provider, if you cannot put your show or your content on somebody's phone, then you're not doing it correctly. Now you can be other places, but if you can't be if your show or your content is not available to deliver right to a person's phone, whether it be Rumble, whether it be YouTube, whether it be X, Twitch, Facebook, Spotify, iTunes, Apple, iHeart, if you can't put your stuff on a person's phone and the only way people can get your content is through the airwaves of just terrestrially based radio, you're done. You may not be done today, but your tenure in radio, you need to cut the cord and figure out how you're going to deliver content that you can monetize through digital and streaming. I had mentioned, Lummy, that Sirius XM's new management has now decided to shift gears, and they went heavy. They got rid of all the talent. They got rid of Opie and Anthony. They got rid of me. They got rid of Howard's not coming back. You can bet your dollar. He's done.
Especially if Robin's not there.
Especially if Robin's suffering through some medical issues. Well, I happened to mention Rich and Covino yesterday. They were on Maxim Radio they actually were there before I got there, and when I signed with Sirius XM, I would go and do a couple shows promoting, that I start on 1606 with Howard as Afternoon Drive, and they interviewed me. I used to sit in on their shows and have a great old time. I wasn't even all through the month of like December of 05 and November of 05. I spent a ton of time in New York, and I would just hang out on different shows. And Rich and Covino were one of the shows that welcomed me with open arms, and they're so very talented. So very talented. And I mentioned that Sirius's XM's new mentality, I guess, is to maybe bring back some of these personalities that can actually do radio long form, and it's not the Call Her Daddy podcast. It's not the what was that, Shameless Shameless. It's not the Conan O'Brien deal. When I was there, and Steve and Rich and Covino were there was this period where they went to they thought they needed celebrities, so they had Oprah had a channel,
Andy Cohen, I think,
Martha Stewart had a channel, and they thought that celebrities could do radio. Well, they can't. Most television actors or movie silver screen actors, most can't do radio. Radio is an art in itself, or spoken word, long forms monologue. Spoken word is an art form in itself. These two guys got it. They know how to do it. I don't know that they would ever go back to Sirius XM, but if I was Sirius XM, I'd offer them a lot of money, maybe to let them continue to do their TV gig and also bring them back, because these guys can get an audience. They can get somebody to buy a subscription to listen to what they got to say, because they're that good. I would beg, borrow, and steal if I could somehow get Opie and Anthony back. I'd bring me back. And I would say, we're going to start investing into some of the franchises that made us what we were. And these two dudes are certainly in that conversation. It was brought to their attention yesterday that we talked, that Lummy, when I was going through my personalities, yes, I mentioned them, and I still am a huge believer in these guys' talents. And you know what, Lummy, do you know why they went to TV? Because they're good looking.
Yeah, you used to call the one guy he was like a Derek Jeter of radio.
They all. I mean, look at these two dudes.
Which one?
The one with the glasses.
They're both Derek Jeter.
Well, the one that I thought that was the best looking was the one in the glasses. But the other one, Rich Davis is equally attractive. Listen, I'm not gay. I don't want to sleep with these men. But back in the day, man, 15 years ago when they were 15 years younger, they were even that much better looking. They were good-looking dudes, especially for radio. Radio tends to be ugly people that can't make it in TV. So these guys, after Sirius XM, I think, made them move to Los Angeles to anchor their new Los Angeles studios after X amount of years in Los Angeles when Sirius XM was cutting back on big personalities. They cut these guys just out of nowhere. These guys had been with Sirius XM, God, even before Howard and I got there. And they completely axed these dudes. And I think these dudes picked up a TV deal with Fox Sports.
Well, they're on Fox Sports Radio daily, 5 to 7.
AM or PM?
PM.
PM. So they do an afternoon drive show on Fox Sports Radio.
Yes.
Good for them. I hope you guys are getting paid. And I hope more than anything that SiriusXM comes to their senses and says, we'll triple what you're making. Or you know what? You can do both. You can do both. But we need you, Rich and Covino. SiriusXM, but you know what, Lummy? If they're so hard-headed that they're not going to... Bringing Rich and Covino back.
Yeah.
And bringing Bubba the Love Sponge back. And bringing these people that you've let go back shows that you made a horrible mistake, that you misjudged the industry. They need those subscriptions that from people that spend the majority of their day in their vehicle, truckers, salespersons, and things, not people that are downloading podcasts. The podcasting world is so crowded. It's I mean, Seth dabbles in that, and it's everybody's got a podcast. Everybody does. Seth's mom could have a podcast tomorrow. My mom could have a podcast tomorrow.
Our network is proof that anybody could have a podcast.
Right, exactly. So anyway, Rich and Covino talked about our mention of them and how I regarded them as huge talent, which I still do. And let me see if you can find their contact.
I've reached out to them already.
Send this to them.
Okay.
And more importantly, I'd like to keep in touch with them.
Well, I reached out to them, just letting them know, hey, we're, because I know they said they wanted to reach out, but maybe even come on and.
Yeah, maybe they can come on the show or I can go on their show. Yeah. Cross promote each other.
Yep.
That's what it's all about now, even though we're on different platforms. And I have a documentary that I'm sure that they might help me with. So Richard Covino, from before I even cracked the mic on 1606, I was doing, an hour worth of radio with you guys, having a hell of a time. And I'll always, always respect you and have so much admiration for you guys.
Andy Conroy says, Bubba the Love Sponge. Very popular, if you're not familiar. He's one of the top dogs. Not anymore, but he was. In talk radio. Gave CNR a shout out this morning. He was talking about how Sirius made a huge mistake getting rid of all the real radio people to throw money at celebrity podcasts that no one's interested in. And I know his thoughts on us, and I want to say I appreciate it. We should reach out to him because there's not a lot of people that sing praises like that about me and you, and that's the truth. So it's not me.
And you know why, buddy? Do you know why, Rich and Covino, do you know why people don't sing? Because they're intimidated by you. They know that you're better than them. And in today's streaming world, God forbid, that you throw somebody some admiration or a bone because they're talented. You're just supposed to tell everybody that everybody else but yourself sucks. And I'm the best and listen to me. When realistically, real OGs of content recognize and support people that are as good, if not better, than me or yourself. So, Lummy, this is what's happening in Los Angeles. I think this is actually New York. I think this is New York.
Yes, I believe so.
Now, this isn't Phoebe's minivan. This is what looks to be an official city vehicle. Right, Lummy, with lights and stuff like that. And these people, these protesters of ICE, I think that's what you would say that they're protesting. They're protesting, the rounding up of illegal immigrants in our country and sending them back. And more importantly, they're trying to find the criminals. Their first priority is to find criminal illegal immigrants and get them back to where they came from.
Eric Adams is a little different than the LA mayor, where Eric Adams came out and said, we're not going to let you destroy our city. So he's getting ahead of it.
Okay, perfect. But this goes right along. I'm going to play this because this is an example of protesters that are getting in front of somebody's vehicle and not allowing them to travel on a city street or travel freely.
Yeah, what's the difference between an East Coast protest and a West Coast protest?
Well,
Did we do it differently over here? Fewer car fires and more jumping on cars?
We do it way different here in Florida because our government says, the highest entity of government in any state is the governor. That's the highest entity of government. Now, yes, the feds can come in some instances and overrule that, but not a lot. Not a lot. And so I'm going to play this, and then I'm going to play what our governor says, that if you do this in Florida, what's going to happen to you. See, I like the fact that the New York cops got the billy sticks out.
And they're coming.
What, Lummy?
Oh, he was swinging and missing. That wasn't a good look. Paulie Walnuts, $20.
Thank you, Paulie Walnuts.
Watch out. Get out of here.
Two stupid asses with a Palestinian scarf on their head, trying to stop a what looks like to be a official vehicle that's driving down the streets, trying to retain some type of order. Again, this is not Los Angeles. This is New York. Oh, I love it.
Move back.
Let me, Seth, I really appreciate the nightstick to the back of the shoulders. I appreciate that.
I mean, you want to be out there, you want to mix it up. There's no man or woman. You're just a protester.
Yeah, you're just a guy in a Palestinian scarf to me.
You're going to get hit.
And you're trying to impede my official police van from driving down the road. You're going to get backsticked, buddy.
Back. I hope you die. Move back.
First of all, this person they're struggling with, Lummy, I'm throwing right to the ground and cuffing.
Yes.
You're going to jail.
Oh, shit.
And like,
oh shit.
And here's the deal. All of these people that I see protesting in New York seem to be white 23-year-olds. That's what the majority of what I'm seeing. Maybe perhaps the demographic is not that. And to me, like, what are you protesting? I know the whole big umbrella, the whole big weather balloon of protesting seems to be, anti-ICE, anti-gathering of illegal immigrants and sending them back. It started in L.A., and now it's starting to branch out through other cities. This is New York. Eric Adams is the African-American mayor of New York who seems to have kind of flip-flop applesauced a little bit, and he seems to be a little more conservative than liberal because, the what's the Bass, the Karen Basts, the Gavin Newsoms, and some of these other liberal leaders don't have the same type of mentality with your cops being able to backstick you and throw you down to the ground. And that's why California is an absolute crap show with having to bring in the feds, 700 to 900 Marines, National Guard. And it's Los Angeles is burning down to the ground.
Is it?
I don't think it's gotten any better. I got some reports to play. But, I don't think it's gotten any better. And partly reason why is because their leaders have told them not to do what these guys are doing. Now, Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, has obviously told his police commissioner and the people who run his police department, listen, if people are in the way of a vehicle, push them down, pepper spray, tear gassed, don't let them impede the vehicle. Meanwhile, Los Angeles's mentality was you can stand in front of the vehicle cannot gas it up and run over you. Police officers really can't physically remove you. And it's an absolute, that's turned into what it's turned into. Again, if you look at what the demographics are, it's a bunch of white kids that are protesting what? You don't support our federal government rounding up illegal immigrants, most of which have committed criminal acts, and deporting them back to their homeland. You do not support that. That's why you're on the streets throwing chairs and boxes and getting in the way of police vehicles and things like that. But you do not support what we're trying to do with regards to getting these illegal immigrants that mostly are criminal out of our country. I'd love to be a cop. I'd love to be a cop where the rules were, where these are the rules, where you can bust ass. You can come out with your nightstick a-swinging, and when those two numbnuts that are shoulder to shoulder with their Palestinian stupid ass scarves, that you can give them a swift stick to the back of the shoulder blades and make them eat concrete. I'd love to be out there right now, and you got full riot gear on, so you can't get.
What do you
hurt.
mean, like sneaking in some brutality? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
I'm fully geared up with protective gear and a helmet. And,
I got my boys with me.
I got 86 of my best buddies they're geared up.
Marines are headed here.
Yeah, I mean, if needed, sure. I want to report back to my lieutenant saying we don't need National Guard or Marines. We got it handled. We arrested 200 people tonight, and I threw 64 down to the ground. Hard telling how many split chins and broken teeth I created tonight. I mean, but like these people that are throwing garbage into the trash, garbage onto the streets. It's so disruptive to your city.
Well, they're just trying to stop the ICE vehicles. They're just that's what it's so dumb. But they're taking whatever they can find just to try to impede the vehicles, which it doesn't do anything.
It might get your ass kicked. Look at that. That is an absolute nightmare. And that's what's happening to various cities. And it started in New York. And it looks like it's trying to continue to. It started in L.A. And it looks like it's now trying to pop its ugly head up in New York. But New York's not having it. Before I go into words, I just want to give you what our governor of our particular state has to say about this. So that when if you're like some 24-year-old kid, some 23-year-old kid, and you go to college and you're on summer break right now and your mom and dad don't make you work and you're a little bit, bored and you're thinking about calling up your other buddies saying, hey, you want to go protest today down at downtown Tampa? And I think, we can stand in front of cars and we can interlock hands here so people can't drive on public streets like they did in O'Hare and all kinds like that. Yeah. Well, here's just to let you know, consider this a public service announcement. This is what our governor says the law is.
And we also have a policy
that if you're driving on one of those streets and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have a right to flee for your safety. And so if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault for impinging on you. You don't have to sit there and just be a sitting duck and let the mob grab you out of your car and drag you through the streets. You have a right to defend yourself in Florida.
I mean,
and we also have a policy.
I think Ron DeSantis said, basically gas it up.
Is that real? Is that AI or is
No,
that
he was on the Dave Rubin show.
That's real. That's completely real.
All right.
In fact, Seth, you might want to get that clip and have it on your phone so that when you mow over those 10 people today on the way to pick up Sammy from volleyball camp, you got it right there. Be like, hey man, here's what the governor said yesterday, buddy.
It's a strong idea.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
It's actually a pretty good form tackle. And then the guy had a gun too, so I had
So where's this at?
California.
Oh!
And the gun popped out of that guy's waistband or whatever.
So this is California, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs has pleaded not guilty. Some of the text messages between Jane and Sean makes me feel disgusted. I don't want to play this role out of fear of losing the roof over my head. Diddy Combs.
Black guy in Cali. Hit that thumbs up button. 811. 1,000. What's up, Cracker Chris?
Yeah, we need to not. We don't have any guests in here to blame it on. So this would be completely on us.
We're doing pretty good. 8:12 with hour and 40 minutes.
I'll take the blame.
Yeah,
we're gonna hit like 11.
I'll take it.
Before.
We're gonna break records.
Yeah, we're breaking records today.
Tuttle can do more push-ups than I can. What's up, radio? Thank you, Mr. Character. I know you're upset Brian's not here. If anybody wants to keep up on Brian's comings and goings, there's a podcast called The Blizzard where we talk exclusively about his vacations and where he's headed to next, who he's traveling with, and what his plans are. They're timeless. Listen to them anytime. What up, Felix? You know, Brian's a world traveler. What up, Johnny? Let's see. What's up, Troy? What's up, Alex? I do not, Jack. But I appreciate you asking. I don't normally eat until like 2 or 3. It's not a fast or anything. It's just when I get hungry.
What's up, Bright Farm, John's Island?
I am not on Whatnot, Terry, Florida Boy 420, but I'm open to it. What up, Jay Bowler? I just have my Substack right now where I do my card stuff. I got a card podcast coming out today. Free.
What's up, Clit Rubs? Yes, Jack A. Good morning, Jay Bowler. What's up, Doc?
I don't like doing solo podcasts too much, radio. It's I feel like I can't stop or pause. It freaks me out. It's tough, so I just keep going and I can't breathe. Then I need to do the AED machine, and it's a lot.
With a Norky, with a.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Seth has just declared that if he gets some anxiety or a little lethargic, or if he has to do a podcast all on his own, he feels he can't stop. And then after he does stop, he's exhausted, and he thinks that he now has found a new weapon, if you will, for his arsenal. And he's going to go right to the Narcan, a spray lummy, and Narcan himself.
Perfect.
To try to put a jolt back into his system.
I saw that little box in there.
The Narcan box?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you opened up that door before?
No, I'm scared I'm going to hit the alarm
No,
off.
if you open that door up, in fact, next break, lummy, even if you would leave if you leave the studio door open and you just open up the AED machine door, we'll just do so. Because it makes because it's like it's alerting people that there's a problem. So what it's made for is like people to, if there's anybody in the building, to come help. But knowing our building, we'd be like, man, somebody's having an episode. I'm not getting involved.
Get in their car and leave.
Yeah, Seth would get in the car and leave.
What if someone was dying here?
No,
if you heard the siren of the AED
the
machine.
Narcan siren?
Yeah,
I wouldn't know what it was. I would just keep it moving.
That's right.
There's a lot of alarms that go off in this area.
Yeah. Hello, who's this?
Morning, Bubba. It's Ladson, Charleston. How are you?
Hi. Who from Charleston?
Ladson.
We got Kenneth Nelson and Mushroom Mitch on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, BubbaArmyTips.com as well. So what can I do for you, my friend?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out real quick to Cavino Rich. I listen to you in the morning and then follow up with him later in the day. Been listening since day one on Sirius. That's how I found you both. And I just want to say there's very few people left, I think, on radio that can do what y'all do. And you keep me entertained and have for years. Cavino Rich, they have a convention next week in Las Vegas. I think 500 people are flying into Vegas for that, spending all that money. And I think they could pull that kind of crowd. I think you could pull that kind of crowd. But how many people are really left that could? Not many.
Well,
So
that's why a company like SiriusXM, where Rich and Cavino and I didn't start, we were established radio personalities. I think they were on Z100 back in the day.
Yes.
I mean, they were like at the highest, that's the number one radio on top 40 with regards to terrestrial radio. Now, a lot of the luster of that has all worn off, but at its most popular, Rich and Cavino were big-time personalities on Z100. SiriusXM pulled them from Z100, and so they're hugely popular. And there's probably not a lot of personalities that could pull that type of crowd. They certainly can. And they were always so very, very, very nice to me. And I got a lot of admiration for their ability. I really do.
Well, it's awesome. And you could, too. So if you ever want to do it, I'm game. I mean, once you were off on 98 Rock in Charleston, I was switched over right to the app. I think you got a big crowd here still.
Yeah,
so
what
things you're doing?
Are you in your car right now?
No, I'm out exercising.
Oh, I was going to say I was going to have you go to 98.1. I heard they replaced us with I don't know, some Rich and Mahoney. I don't know, some stupid.
Yeah, no one's listening. No one's listening. That's the bottom line. No one's listening to that station anymore.
Yeah, but I was like, I'd love to do this, Lummy. I do it, I'll have them go and turn on 98.1, and we actually listen to the show that replaced us, the horrible show. So anyway, buddy, I appreciate you.
Keep exercising.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, keep exercising. Let me send me this clip, and it's badass. Is it from Los Angeles?
Yes.
So for the Karen Bass and the Gavin Newsoms to say that your police department's not under attack from these protesters, you're wrong. Because some Hispanic man. Now, how stupid do you got to be? It seems like it's him and another dude. That's it. To me, it looks like it's 2 on 10. Right?
I bet he's a streamer.
Yeah. So this guy right here throws what looks to be a paint can or something right into the cops. Just throws it at a very close distance right to the cops, right. Hits him in the head, but they all got helmets on. You're not going to hurt any of these cops. They got full riot gear. And before they can yoke him up, because they're going to.
Well, they shot him twice with the beanbags.
Oh, they did?
Don't spoil it!
And
I'm sorry.
Then here comes a guy that literally looks like a white Ray Lewis and some tight end coming across the middle. Right? Yeah. Oh, it's the best. Watch. That is the best.
Is that a civilian?
Yeah.
Yes, that's a civilian, Seth.
Boy, he was sizing that guy up for a while.
Oh,
That was not like a last second deal.
No, that wasn't a. Yeah,
It's like the guy in the White Watch was watching game film on these riots.
Right. but this guy, he's shucking and jiving and acting really weird. You think you can tell he's getting ready to do something. It's like, yeah, what's up?
I hate kids. Oh my God! Did he hit his head? I hope so.
His gunshot popped out of his
Whoa! Stop!
You know, Bubba, they're saying that the best spear in wrestling right now, maybe the best spear of all time, is Braun Breaker, who's Rick Steiner's son. But I mean, I think that's in the conversation for a street level spear. I mean, I think that's
for a private sector, non-sanctioned, non-professional guy off the streets. That's one of the best spears I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's they should be showing that in film rooms to linebackers.
They should. They want to. How do you properly put your head to the side, put your shoulder at the waist level, grab the ass and or legs, and then plant into the ground? Right
that was perfect form.
Were they shooting rubber bullets at him?
They shot him. He threw a paint can or something into him, and then it looks like they shoot what looks to be either rubber bullets or exploding pepper spray. Is what it looks like.
Because I'm just trying to wonder what would be worse was it the spear worse or was them possibly shooting him worse?
Well, I think he got the best of both worlds.
Okay, good.
I think he got a spear appetizer with a pepper ball chaser. I mean, I'm actually going to slow motion this right. Let me ready. Yeah. What's up? Let me tell you something. Yeah. Hold on.
Oh, he's look at him.
Is he a flash right now?
Hold on.
Oh, there. Oh my God.
Perfect form.
And this guy puts his arms up like it's planned.
Yeah.
Perfect form. Oh! Let me right at the waist.
Nice and low, using his legs to drive.
Yeah, nice and low. A helmet to the side, so you don't get a spearing call on you, right?
Yep.
And now, grab and plant. Ready? Watch. Ready? Boom. Now look at
jeez.
Seth, look
technically in the NFL right now, that'd be a penalty flag for he's launching into his chest.
I don't know, man. To me, that could be. Do
they call that spearing, or is that only in college?
No, I don't. I think this is, if your helmet's to the side.
It doesn't matter if you launch. You can't launch into them nowadays.
Hold on. Now, look at that. Full-blown parallel. Seth, full-blown parallel.
Dude, I'm
to the point where the bad guy's got to grab the guy's armpits to hold on because they're going for a ride.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Then shoulder into the chest cavity while we're going down on the ground. Let's see if the guy's head hits. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Bounced up.
Oh, yeah. Concussion.
Blue Tent Willie.
Oh, I mean.
Holy hell, man. This is wild.
I don't think blue tent. I think injured reserve. You know what I'm saying? Concussion protocol.
Oh, Bob.
Boom.
And then he rolled off and nothing happened to him.
I think the Marines can go home now, man. I think this guy's got it handled.
Now they come in. The cops come in.
Oh, good. There's more.
Whoa! Stop!
Now, I hope they don't arrest.
No, they don't. If you watch, they all just pass them by.
But they should stop and say, buddy, go back to the truck and get some riot gear because you got it down.
What do you want them to do? An Aaron Andrews like interview with them right there? How did it feel to take this man down?
No, but they need to be saying, hey, listen, buddy, we appreciate your enthusiasm. Why don't you go back to the truck and grab you one of these shields and a mask and you help us out a little bit? You got it down as best as anybody.
Hit me! I just got hit with the left lethal. Yeah, I'm okay.
Dear Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, this is what you got in your city.
Yeah, you got Batman in plain
All right,
clothes.
I got hit with a left lethal. I'm okay. That's what the Kevlar is for. I have Kevlar tights on under my pants, so it didn't.
That's hot.
Hold on, what she got?
She
in her
said
pants?
she had Kevlar tights on under her pants.
Oh man,
Is that really?
I mean,
Yeah.
man, that boyfriend's never getting that kitty.
I know, man. She wears those on dates.
yeah, I'm telling you, honey. Why? I'm trying to get down to your vagina, but I feel, Oh, I got Kevlar panties on. Man, nothing ruins a date faster than Kevlar panties.
Lummy, do you know
Lummy, you can't do the
Alton
two.
Driggers, $30.
You can't. Who?
Alton Driggers.
30. You can't do the two-fingered cul-de-sac with Kevlar panties on, Seth Kushner.
You can't, Bubba. You bring up a great point. I want to. God, what was I going to ask about this guy? Oh, Lummy, do we know who this guy is? Like, could we make contact with him?
I wish we could.
I would love to.
That's what the Kevlar is for. I have Kevlar tights on under my pants, so it didn't penetrate anything.
I don't think that chick realized what he did, because if you notice, she's focused and talking about her Kevlar panties or whatever.
She's trying to make it about herself.
Exactly. Well, she's just sitting there.
I texted him this morning, asked him when he's available to go on the show. He's as busy now than he's been, because I think like training camp is officially opened for everybody. Like even Aaron Rodgers showed up. So when Aaron Rodgers finally shows up to training camp, Lummy, then you know that it's mandatory. So Shiloh probably doesn't have a lot of time. Maybe I can get him, one of these next couple days or so. But Shiloh Sanders bought Apple Watches for the Colorado football team after signing a 3-year, $2.9 million rookie contract with Tampa Bay. Does that indicate that they feel he's going to make the team?
No, it indicates that he really appreciates his teammates, and I don't know how much NIL money he made in college, but I guess not enough to buy his teammates what he thought they deserved.
Like an iPad?
Well,
did he do that, or did Shador do that? Or
I think Shador did
that.
But why is he now? Are these teammates that are currently on the team, or is this from last year's roster that some of which have graduated? Because I wouldn't think that. I mean, there's some people on the team now, Lummy, that he didn't play with, the freshman recruits and the guys that came from the portal and things like that. It would be interesting. Was this last year's team that you made contact with?
Why would he get an Apple Watch for a dude he doesn't even know?
Right. Some freshman from Oregon that, transferred in that wasn't even on the team last year doesn't deserve an Apple Watch from Shiloh. Shiloh didn't know him.
Yeah, Shiloh got paid, and he's taking care of his dudes.
But I didn't know that. I thought that they weren't doling out contracts.
No, remember he signed
until you made the hard 52.
No, this is his contract to come on the team. Right after he was an undrafted free agent.
I understand that. So when they do that, I'm assuming
they can cut him and they'll never have to give him this money, but this is the contract that he's under if he makes the team.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. I think he'll make the team. What's everybody else's thoughts? I think he'll make the team as a special teams player And if they would happen to have an injury at safety, I know that he's at least going to make the team as a practice squad player. But when I was talking to Shiloh when he first came to town, and thank you to my good friend Molly Nye, she's a realtor, Lummy, that I called. And, you got Lummy up where you live. You know those Nye property signs?
Yes,
that's her dad, Bill Nye. It's like one of the largest realtors in Florida. And she helped find Shiloh where he was going to live. And so I haven't talked to Shiloh since really for a while. But when he was in for rookie orientation, he felt as if in the few times I was able to speak with him and not text, he loves to text like me. But he was like, I'm making this team. Like, I'm gonna make this team. I'm just telling the way they're playing me and the positions they're putting me in and the reps that I'm getting, I'm making this team. And he said, let me, at that time, he was first string punter protector. So, you're the guy that's like the last guy before the punter. You know how they put like a guy like kind of like in the running back or fullback position?
Yeah, the protector.
That at the end of the day, a guy coming off the edge, you're supposed to pick up. They had, and then after that, after you hit him, you then haul ass down and try to get the tackle. That's where they were playing him at on special teams. First team. But I don't know how they do first team when it's just rookie orientation.
Yeah,
this is the best. This is the best thing that could happen to Donald Trump, and that is him and Elon make up. Right? I mean, it's just not.
Hey, man.
It's just not, good, or it's just not. It's just, and to me, it's just not a good look to have somebody that close to you that donated that much money that you actually put in a governmental position to find wasteful spending, and was at the Mar-a-Lago, and you guys were inseparable, and you guys were really, really getting along, and then you guys are now at each other's now at odds, saying bad things about each other publicly. I just think that this is the best thing that could happen. Because those two don't need to be it's counterproductive.
I don't think it has a real impact on the world, though. If they're not best buddies.
You don't think Elon got a little scared about the Al Qaeda guy and was like, "Man, I better make up with Trump"?
I don't know.
What happened with Elon? Is there anything that you can do to forgive him? Could you see that happening?
Well, I have no hard feelings. I was really surprised that happened. He went after a bill that's phenomenal. It's the best thing we've ever signed in this country. And that's phase one. Phase two, phase three, all of a sudden is, it all comes together. It's coming together so well. And when he did that, I was not a happy camper. So it's too bad.
You said he had problems. What kind of problems? I mean, is it the drugs?
I don't know what his problem is, really. I don't know. I haven't thought too much about him in the last little while. But the bill is so good. When he went after the bill, this bill is going to turn around this country so fast your head will spin. It's good for everyone. It's also a tax cut. It's a massive tax cut. It's an extension of debt, which we need. We have to get that. And then we're going to start paying off debt at record levels. It's tariffs on certain people. It's, by the way, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security.
All your promises.
Yeah. By the way, the no tax on tips, they really whittle it down to just like food servers and bartenders. Like it's not, your favorite radio personality. And the money you give me on PayPal is a tip. It's not that at all.
Yeah. And I mean, it's no tax on overtime. If a worker works overtime, there's no tax. That's going to be a great stimulant for the country. No, I think your bill is great. And
he just didn't
I think
get that.
he feels very badly that he said that, actually.
And maybe it was something else. I mean, he had the fight with Scott Besson outside your office.
Yeah, well, they had not a fist fight, people, but I guess they had a little bit of a shouting match. But that's
Did you hear it?
That's typical. I heard a little bit. That's sort of typical about,
Yeah.
that happens.
You were very kind to him.
That's typical of my administration. Everybody's so on edge and ready to fight at all times. That, you know.
Well, it makes sense now, hearing what happened with Elon and that guy, I don't know, his Bassett or something like that, because remember after Donald Trump was talking about when Elon and him were fighting, he goes, I don't know. He goes, I asked Elon if he wanted makeup for his bruised diet. He said no, so I thought that was weird. And I was like, what is that? What was it weird? Now I realize that he wanted him to cover it up, that this happened, right there in front of everybody.
Because Trump, he's Hollywood, and he knows that people will start speculating on how it got there, what it means,
I saw you together, and I think he treated you a bit like a father. And
I was disappointed.
Yeah.
In him, but it is what it is. That happens. Things like that happen. I don't blame him for anything. That I was a little disappointed.
Could you reconcile?
Say it?
Could you reconcile with him? Do you think? Could you forgive him?
I guess I could, but we have to straighten out the country.
Yeah.
And my sole function now is getting this country back to a level higher than it's ever been.
Right after that interview, Tom Homan came in and sent that chick back to wherever she came from. They didn't show that part.
Kazakhstan.
Uzbekistan?
I said Kazakhstan.
Oh, Kazakhstan.
I don't even know if there's a Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan.
Yeah, whatever. Here's another one.
Yeah, I found it.
High school teacher charged with sexually assaulting former teen student at her home. Now, is this what I laid out yesterday? Where
no, it's a different chick.
No.
Oh, sorry.
What I'm saying is, it said former teen student. So, is she no longer his teacher, and he's out of school, and she's blasting him now? You know what I'm saying? A New Jersey high school teacher has been charged with sexually assaulting a former student of hers. Alyssa Perry, age 35. A teacher at Morris Knowles High School is accused of sexually assaulting a then 17-year-old on two occasions at a Rockaway Township residence in February and March, according to the Morris County's prosecuting office. Well, kind of plain Jane, but cute, right?
Yeah, not too bad.
Perry is a former teacher and tutor of the victim. She currently works at the school as a teacher where the victim attends, though Perry is currently suspended. So the kid's still a student. She just doesn't happen to work there anymore. Is that the jam?
But he's still 17 though, so I guess that's the problem.
She was charged on Friday with 2 counts of sexual assault and 1 count of endangering the welfare of a child. Perry was released under a pretrial supervision with conditions that bar her from contacting the victim any students of the school. The alleged incidents came to light when the school administrator notified the Denville Police Department and the Morris County Prosecutor's Office of alleged inappropriate behavior. The investigation remains ongoing and no further information has been released. The Morris Knowles High School website lists her as she's the cheerleading coach. Does it get any better than that?
There you go.
Reports online says that she teaches math. Oh, she's a math teacher, and she graduated from Rutgers. She earned a master's degree in math education or seducing a 17-year-old. Fox News Digital has reached out to the school for comment and attempted to reach Perry as well. Her next court appearance is set for July 14th. Now, has she been arrested? Did they arrest her? I think they did.
Yeah, they arrested her.
I think she's in the clink.
Yeah, she probably bailed out.
Let me see if you can look at. Let me see.
Are you for freeing her?
No, I want to see what her mugshot looks like.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, she didn't commit a crime, right?
Yeah, she did.
Come on, Bubba.
Hold on.
Wait, now you're switching?
By the letter of the law, she committed a crime.
No, your law.
Bubba law, no.
Okay,
but my law doesn't seem to work.
I'm only listening to this show for your law. I know what the actual laws are.
Bubba law, no.
Okay.
Morris County law, Morris County, New Jersey law, probably yes. Let me maybe you can find her booking photo.
I'm looking for it
if you could see how she's looking there.
But you got weird kinks, man.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I don't. I just remember when I was 17 and I wish I didn't have to blast the heaviest girl in school to lose my virginity. Instead, the hot math teacher with a master's degree from Rutgers, wanted my ween. Instead, the heaviest girl from school wanted my
I
weed.
mean, it's going to be tough to go back and change what happened. I think we're going to have to just look ahead. We can't look back.
When I return, ICE busts during LA riots include child molesters, perfect, killers, Molotov cocktail menace, as DHS rips protesters fighting to protect criminals. Love it. Sounds like we're doing good out there. We're making some headway in LA. Less fires, less protesting, more arresting. Get to that next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
This is the fourth thumbnail day about LA, because shit's popping. And ICE is coming to a town near you.
Yeah.
What up, Travis?
Is that Creighton?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Another day. Hello, Cretan. What's up, Internet? Fred, hit that thumbs up button. We had 900 coming up here. Still got an hour. Yeah, steps, macho.
Where am I? I think I'm on. I don't even know where I'm at right now. I'm on Rumble. Hello, fan in Orlando. Cracker Chris. B Hops. Nobody read my rant. What did you say, B Hops? Let me go try to find it. Jeff Hawkins. And that guy is fucking smart. So if it was a free-for-all and that guy was right, that makes 2037 and AI still won't believe. I don't know what the fuck you're saying, Nate. You're wasting my time, buddy. Goes to profiles past. I can't go back and Kathleen 3, how are you, sweetheart? Black guy in Cali, good morning. Hello. Ghost from profiles past, Fleetness. Shirt that I had on yesterday. Eric, hi. Think about it. I know what I'm talking about. Well, B-Hops, I don't have time to go back and read your entire thread.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I'd keep it on the DL.
I'm on the DL.
Yeah. I'd keep it on the DL TBH. That's to be honest.
Heat. Hi, Jess Heat.
Any more letters to throw out there with it? BBW. Oh, man. Up in Orlando.
What up, Freddie? Hope you're good, man.
Third merchant, $10 combined. Throwing it in there.
Man, so many things in Game of Thrones I missed the first time around, milady.
For real?
Oh, yeah, man. I'm really, really...
Breaking it down?
Oh, yeah. I'm locked in, dude. My name is Seth. First of my name. From House Kushner. Son of David. Dude, I didn't know... Who's the guy's name that got his sack cut off? Lord Varys? Dude, I didn't know Lord Varys had the guy that cut his balls off in a box in King's Landing. That he was torturing him. I had no idea. Dude, that was crazy. Whew. Then they tried to rape Theon. Oh my god.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, I was talking to the management of Fort Walton Beach yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a huge ride. Shannon Burke's going. And there's a huge charity ride for, Gus from Emerald Coast Harley. It's all going to happen at Emerald Coast Harley. And I think there's this huge... I need to find out who the influencer is, but supposedly there's this huge TikTok influencer that I don't know has like... I don't know. They say that when he puts stuff on TikTok, he gets like 4 or 5 million hits.
Oh, I love dudes like that.
And the charity that everybody's raising money for is for amputees to be able to get a motorcycle and ride a motorcycle again.
Oh.
So I guess with hand controls and stuff like that. I don't know. I guess they can maybe Gus at Emerald Coast Harley, they have some of these bikes. Maybe there's a kit that you got to put on your existing bike.
It does sound like something you would need to raise money for, though.
Yes, you do need to raise money for it. If Friday is like an ultra VIP... Well, I called Shannon, first of all. Shannon's going. And so Grifflo, I think Grillo or Grifflo, I forget what the guy, he's the boss up there in Fort Walton Beach. He's the main dude. And so he calls me up and says, hey, can you make it, the 27th and 28th, which would be a Friday and a Saturday. I'll get you a hotel room. Friday night is kind of the real fancy VIP. Supposedly this TikTok influencer's bringing a bunch of country artists from Nashville in. Supposedly the 500 VIP slots have already sold.
Justin Nunley, I guess is his name. I think if that's him, I reached out to him actually when we were going to do the Bikes for Badges in Fort Walton, but
he didn't get a hold of you. Now he's wanting us to join his deal.
Yeah.
So Jason Numley?
Justin Nunley.
Justin Numley. Can you send me his TikTok or his stuff? So yeah. They want me to go up there, leave the show Friday right at 10, go up there, go to the VIP party with Shannon, then do the 3-hour ride on Saturday. Gus from Emerald Coast Harley, which, by the way, if you're looking for a Harley or you're looking for any bike for that matter, and you don't go see Gus by the way, they're a great client of JVC. I know Gus. He's a man's man. He's great. He's a great dude. They are the Harley Davidson. Like if you live anywhere in the Panhandle, even if your city has a Harley Davidson dealership, you need to go see Gus at Emerald. That's where everybody goes. So Gus is going to give me a Harley to drive.
Awesome.
A 3-hour ride's a little long for me. Maybe I might have to peel it off a little early. And then a big party Saturday night, and then I would come home Sunday. So, but here's the deal, Lummy. I'm not going up there by myself. I'm going to take the Merch Crick.
Oh, perfect.
But I got a couple problems. The Merch Crick is a scaredy cat, and she's afraid to ride on the back of a motorcycle. So I'm like, listen, if you can I have a helmet? Of course you can have a helmet. But I'm not going to be going driving erratically or anything like that. But so I called up Shannon. I go, Shannon, are you bringing Kim? He's like, I don't know. I think Kim's busy that weekend. I said, well, if you don't bring Kim, then I'm not going because I got to bring the Merch Crick. And if she's got to have female companionship.
Why?
Well, I mean, just cause. I mean, just cause.
I mean, if you don't want her around, just keep her here.
Well, I could keep Merch Crick here, but then she's going to flip out because she can't go.
What about a sidecar?
I don't want to be the guy whose bitch is in a sidecar. I don't want to be that guy.
I don't know why sidecars are not cool to anybody.
I don't know. But they're just not.
All right.
So Shannon's asking Kim. If Kim says she's going, then I'm going to consider going. And they've asked me to attend, Lummy, so it would be good for affiliate relations to stay on, to stay in good graces with JVC as they're getting ready to, potentially expand the show to another market. And so I might go. It's all depending on whether Kim Burke, Shannon's wife, goes or not. Or if not, I'll just make Merch Crick stay here. And I'll go up there by myself. But it sucks. I feel like a loser. If you got a hot chick, why do you want to go to an out-of-town promotion and sleep by yourself in a hotel room? Oh, you might be able to get a crick. Maybe you can get a crick. But I mean,
you're Bubba the Love Sponge going up to the Panhandle.
Maybe I'll get a crick. Maybe I'll tell my Merch Crick she needs to stay home because I need to get a crick.
What are Harley?
See if I still got any in me, Lummy, if I could pull a crick.
Listen, Bubba, those Panhandle chicks would be all over you.
You know more about Panhandle chicks than I do.
Oh, yeah. And they love Bubba.
So you think little Bubba Love Sponge celebrity, and I've been in the market now for 15 years because before JVC bought 103.1, I was with the other, I was on 103.1 for 8 years prior. So huge name recognition up there. Mm-hmm. Plus, I know Bo Reynolds. He might be able to get me a crick. So what were you going to say? What were you going to say, Seth?
Oh, what are Harley Davidson groupies called? Do they have a name, or do they have a certain something that they fall under?
Maybe bike bunnies. I don't know.
Okay,
but I'll tell you right now, man. Thank you to Gus from Emerald Coast Harley. Absolutely the best Harley Davidson dealership. One of the best I've ever seen. They're huge. And Gus, if I make it, I'll know by the next day or so. Give me a good. Don't give me some Sportster. I need a real nice Fat Boy or a soft tail.
Yeah.
I need something really nice. If I decide to go up there,
you need like a bicycle seat or
No, I need a big fat full dresser, a big Fat Boy full dresser or soft tail. I just don't need a Sportster.
Would you cut the sleeves off, go old school?
Maybe. I don't know. Let me with the leather Bubba Army bike jacket.
That's right. Get the triceps showing.
The boots.
Oh yeah.
You know how you do it. Put the Merch Crick in a pair of like a black leather halter top with the jugs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there you go.
Hell yeah! I gotta also make sure that me and Shannon are at the front of the line. We're not going to be jobbed out. There's 600 bikes that's going to be on this thing. I don't want to be in the back. I want to be up in the front. So those are my demands.
There you go.
Seth sent this to me, and wow, this guy is. I got this guy regarded as a very, very talented sports talk host and Colin Cowherd. I like his delivery. I like his show. I like his energy. I think he's good. I don't think he's as good as Jim Rome, my all-time favorite. But, I mean, I like him. I like Colin Cowherd. And Seth sent me this clip of, listen, a lot of times as a radio personality, you kind of start scrambling around a little bit for content. Your content's running light. You've talked about most of the things that your producers and things like that have set up. You don't have any phone calls. You don't have any guests aligned, and you gotta tread a little bit of water, and that's where your ability to be able to BS and talk, especially when you have a co-host, you two should be able to. To lather up some decent talk for 4 or 5 minutes while you're getting close to that stop set, that number the number. Like if they break at 40 or they break at 45, let's say you got 3 or 4 more minutes, and you've ran out of content of what you're going to talk about. You have to be able to gin up some conversation if you're really an elite talk show host. And I thought Colin Cowherd was that.
He's up for the Radio Hall of Fame this year.
Yeah, a guy that's up for the Radio Hall of Fame. And here's the deal: if you're a sports talk show host, you can never run out of content. Even if it's something that you haven't prepared for, you can always, like Seth, if you and I are talk guys and we've still got 2 more minutes and we've completely exhausted all of our what we're going to talk about, I can always throw it over to you and finally, Seth, the Colts are going to be ran by all women now. Do you think that that's what the NFL needs?
I do think it's what the NFL needs, especially 3 sisters. Which one do you want to bang? Call now. There, show over.
And then, now we got 4 people on the phone lines. Somebody wants the Irsay girl, somebody wants the Foyt bitch, and somebody wants the other one.
Oh, yeah.
We got 1, 2, 3 phone calls. Those 3 phone calls make 3 other dudes call in. Next thing you know, we're 2 minutes over our stop set break.
That's how you do it.
That's how 2 pros do it right there.
Well, I don't know what. I don't know.
You know what? I don't know what this was, but I'll tell you what it is. It's awkward.
Beyond awkward, yeah.
Yeah, especially on the level of Colin Cowherd. Yeah. This is recognized as one of the top 5 sports talk show guys in America. Probably heard over 3, 4, maybe 500 affiliates. Part of the Fox. Is he part of the Fox family?
Who isn't?
Yeah, true.
They were all winners. Danny Werfel was a winner. What does that mean?
Love that guy.
Cha.
Florida Gators, baby.
Love that guy.
They were fun in the 90s.
Wow. And
what's happening?
And Seth, in radio or TV, 3 seconds of silence feels like 3 minutes.
But Bubba, I get they tailed off. It was like they were just having. Maybe the producers missed going into the stop set. But they didn't end it in any they just would go cold like Danny Werfel right into the stop set.
They didn't say, you know what? More of that and more, more of that. We're talking about Aaron Rodgers spotted with a wedding ring yesterday, and he addressed it at the press conference. Aaron Rodgers, supposedly, he's married. Back with that next. Hell, you and I could do it better than this.
All winners. Danny Werfel was a winner. What does that mean?
Love that guy.
Cha.
Florida Gators, baby.
Love that guy.
They were fun in the 90s.
So you're talking about Danny Werfel now. If you got, I don't know, a minute, 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 18 seconds, you then get into a small little Danny Werfel, kind of history. Don't forget Danny Werfel, national champion for Urban Meyer.
No, that was a Spurrier boy.
Spurrier. Yeah. So Ethan, I just made a mistake. Now you corrected me. That's right, Seth. Spurrier guy.
How'd you get this job without knowing that?
Well, I make some mistakes here and there. No big deal. I'm not rewatching The King of Thrones like you are right now.
I love The King of Thrones, man.
Well, just so I don't think it just went over because a lot of times on his radio show, and I think Macho will attest to it,
Macho's mic's on.
They play audio bits just for the radio.
I know,
but this was. I think
this is TV.
But technically they might not have piped it into the TV side. They might have heard it in their headphones, and that's why they got quiet. And we're not hearing it on the TV side.
But we are seeing it.
But we're seeing it.
We're seeing the awkward.
We're first-handedly seeing the awkwardness.
I understand, but let's say you're playing something out of Next Gen and it wasn't in a program, you guys wouldn't hear it. We're the same kind of principle with backwards.
All winners. Danny Werfel was a winner. What does that mean?
Love that guy.
Yeah.
Florida
Danny
Gators,
Werfel.
baby.
Love that guy.
But I can't find a natural out here.
They were fun in the 90s.
Because didn't he just say something looked over while he was looking at a script?
I mean, they were fun in the 90s. To me, seems like if we're gonna go to words, I'm hitting it there just because of Colin's natural pregnant pause here.
And he's nodding his head to something.
And then you can hear, like, what maybe Seth is a producer say yes or something. So it's my understanding that maybe Colin Cowherd thought they were going to break. And, Danny Werfel, boy, he was fun in the 90s, was the natural cutoff point, and he's done. And the producers should have known that, but they didn't break, and so they're still live.
Baby.
Love that guy.
They were fun in the 90s.
Boom.
You can see where he says, love that guy, and then he says, we're good. Like he's looking at the script, and he kind of looks over
Gators,
and says,
baby.
we're good.
Love that guy.
They were fun in the 90s.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah, where he kind of like made a small little notion to a guy, said, we're good.
Yeah.
To the left. Hold on, stand by.
They were fun in the 90s.
We're good. So what does that mean?
Love that guy.
They were fun in the 90s.
So is this almost like Macho Man, like a hot mic kind of deal where maybe the internet feed gets this and they've already broke for commercials and it's really not as uncomfortable as it looks?
It seems like some type of mixed minus issue, yeah.
Yeah. So they've already, the network and the radio portion has already gone to words, and this just happens to be a hot mic moment. And just like when we go to hot mic, if you didn't know any better and you just hear all this downtime, you could be confused as to what we're doing too. Looking at chat, telling us how stupid we are, me eating some cottage cheese, let me in and out of here, Seth pacing, going outside and peeing, and then pacing back and forth, maybe getting a set of chest in.
I don't know.
7-Eleven in here trying to kiss Seth's ass about trying to get a set of chest in as well. What are you going to say, Seth?
I don't know.
Did you ever have any interaction when he was in Tampa?
No,
With
never.
them? No.
Love that guy.
Colin Cowherd, when was he in Tampa?
90 something. He was with WTVT.
Love that guy.
Did he radio in Tampa, or was he a TV guy?
It looks like he was a TV guy from 93 to 95.
Well, I was here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe
On
you were too big
WT
for him.
on what channel? On what channel? Channel 10?
Channel 13.
Channel 13.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
Baby.
Love that guy.
They were fun in the 90s.
But I can't see. Macho Man, can you see? I can't see. Does he got an ear? Yeah, I can see kind of. I don't know. I can't.
Yeah, the guy on the right has an earpiece. It's very invisible looking, but you can see it. When he turns to the side, it glares off.
Man, I'm surprised how technical you guys are getting. This is just an awkward conversation, an awkward ending.
It is. No, I agree. It is. Somebody should be fired.
Somebody should be fired because they're making Colin Cowherd look like a real jobber, and I know he's a very talented man. ICE agents swarm illegal alien accused of tossing Molotov cocktails during the LA riots. Listen, for you people that think that, you're going to be able to go out and act like you did for the first couple days, they've brought the troops in, they've brought the Marines in, and I think that even the city of LA, with Mayor Bass, as a Mayor Bass?
Yeah.
With Mayor Bass, I think they've changed positions too, where you're done. Like, you're done as far as being a dick, being able to throw things at cops and not get your ass whipped. So, it'd be a good time to stay home. I think they got curfews now, the whole 9 yards. Is there no sound on this?
No, which is odd.
All right, so there's no sound on this. So it looks like a guy, a bad guy, an illegal immigrant, has a lighter with a brown hoodie sweatshirt on, and He is behind a tree with another guy, looks like the caveman, over there, kind of looking out. Now there's 3 or 4 other dudes just kind of looking out. See, there you go. It's just kids that are out of school and have nothing to do and don't even have an idea of what they're protesting. And it looks like this guy is trying to be undercover, walking around. See, to me, it looks like a lot of people that are just walking around. I think they've pretty much diffused the violence. I'm not seeing a lot of violence out of L.A. So this guy's walking around, this guy in a brown hoodie. Here's a guy with a Palestinian scarf over his head. He has no idea what that means. And so here's some cops. They're rolling up on some various people. One cop is. And it didn't look like he's ready. I mean, it didn't look like he's necessarily going to arrest anybody. It just seems like a bunch of looky-loos that are taking, pictures and, for their Instagram and what have you. And this guy in a brown sweatshirt with his mouth and face covered now has what he looks to be like an explosive cocktail type deal. And I think maybe he's had it back here the entire time. I think he's going to launch it now. He already checked his lighter to see if it worked, and it did. Now he's all hooded up, face masked up, and he's kind of acting not so. He's acting shady, and the cops are now. Boy, I got to tell you, it's only taken 3 days of them beating everybody's ass for everybody to be far more docile now, right?
It sure looks like it.
It looks far more docile.
Well, this looks like a neighborhood. It doesn't look like downtown LA or anything, but I don't know.
Oh, so it looks like that guy may have set that little thing on fire, and I think are they going to go after the guy? I don't know. To me, it looks like a bunch of retreating. You know what? Let me talk about a bunch of beta bitches. Los Angeles has turned into a bunch of beta bitches.
Sure have.
Right?
Yeah. They're doing nothing.
Can't even
there.
protest good anymore.
That's an interesting thing to do if you're an illegal immigrant, like it said. If you're a protester, that's one thing. But if you're an illegal immigrant and they're trying to get you, and then you're trying to set fires or doing Molotovs, that's an odd mindset.
Yeah, if you're an illegal immigrant, man, hide. Right?
Yeah, I wouldn't be out there protesting.
Yeah.
I'd be out of the state of California right now.
Second night of curfew in Los Angeles, so they got curfews now. Hello, you're on the air with Bubba.
Hi, this is Mark. I was talking about the Colin Cowherd thing. I know you guys changed the subject, but I've been listening to him. Well, I used to listen to him all the time, but he does that pause thing all the time, and he's the biggest sports troll radio host out there. Like, he literally.
Well, he's not the biggest. I mean, I would say Stephen A. Smith is the biggest. But I mean, listen, Colin Cowherd is certainly in the conversation of the top 5. You got him, Jim Rome, Pat McAfee, Stephen A. Smith. You got he's in
Shannon Sharp.
Yeah, Shannon. He's in the conversation of being one of the biggest. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I agree. And he not only does those pauses all the time, that's one of the reasons I stopped listening to him. And then his debates with LeBron and Jordan that went on for so long. And then he's always has takes that are the opposite of what the majority thinks, just to get people to talk about him. Like, that's all he does.
Well, it seems as though the sports talk world is getting more and more crowded. For the longest time, it was just Jim Rome. Jim Rome was the man. That's the only guy. He was widely syndicated in about 600 markets. He was either on Premiere or whatever. I think he's now switched and he's on like CBS or I don't know. But at first Jim Rome was the innovator of sports talk, male skewing radio. Then came then came probably Colin Cowherd, probably next, and then Stephen A. Smith. Remember back? I wonder if anybody remembers this. Remember the Fabulous Sports Babe?
Oh God, yeah.
That bitch had about a 5-year run at being real popular.
Oh, she was horrible.
Oh yeah, I haven't heard of her like 10 years ago.
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah, I think she lives in the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah.
I forget what was her name? Kathy? I forget what her name was.
Was it Nancy?
Nancy, and yeah,
Cape
Nancy.
Cod Boston accent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you guys do the sports stuff, and Lemmy does a really good job, and Seth, but I think you guys should do maybe like 10, 20-minute segment on the main show. I think it'd be pretty popular. I would enjoy it. I mean, you guys have enough sports knowledge to do something, just catch up with just the major sports.
Maybe early on, maybe early on at the 6:30 break, we do 30 minutes of sports or 15 minutes of sports. I don't know.
You'd be surprised how many people hate sports that listen to the show,
yeah,
sir.
You're right, Seth.
Yeah, I know. That's true.
Because the show's not organically ever done sports as a segment. We talk about sports when they're big sports moments, but we don't make sports a staple of the show. Sometimes we do, but it's not on a consistent basis. Like every day at 6:30, we do 15 minutes of sports. We've never done that. I've never done that. Our fans have not grown up, and not followed us with that mindset. So I think incorporating that into the show now would be a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, I like the show how it is. I think you guys are doing great.
Yeah.
But yeah, Colin, I stopped listening to him mainly because he does those pauses all the time, and it's so annoying. And that's pretty much why I stopped listening. It's just like, he's just like, yeah, well, that's how it is. And then he'll just like stop talking for 3-4 seconds. And it's just like, okay, like.
All right, bud. Well, thank you. Thank you for your Colin Cowherd knowledge. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Keep going on. It's a great show. I love it. I've been listening for like 25 years.
Thank you, buddy. But by what means do you catch the show?
Well, usually I do tune-in radio because it's just, at this point, it's just a habit because I do floor cleaning, my own floor cleaning business, and I just turn on tune-in. But, I mean, if it helps you to tune into a different, like if your app or something to help you out in a different way, I can do that.
Once we finally get that app done, which I've been promised it's going to be done now for 6 months. Once we get that app done, yeah, I'll ask you to go over there. But until then, just keep doing what you're doing.
Oh, and 8:20 a.m. too, like when I'm in my van, and I tell people all the time, and you wouldn't believe how many people I say, oh yeah, Bubba's still on, and they're like, what? Bubba's still on? And I mean, literally in the last couple months, I've told probably about 8 or 10 people, and they had no clue you were still on the radio.
Yeah, most of Tampa doesn't. Most of Tampa doesn't know. So, not such a good topic for me.
Keep on going on what you're doing.
All right, buddy. Appreciate you.
The Fabulous Sports Babe resides in St. Petersburg with her Radio Hall of Fame trophy.
What? Nancy Dunellen.
Yes.
I heard she was having like major health issues, or otherwise we should probably have her in.
Yeah, she had a stroke and she has breast cancer. So.
Oh no, dude! What happened to your thing with Nancy Alexander?
What about it?
Like the first go around on the show, you guys were hot and heavy, and then it feels like things fell off.
Well, I mean, I can't afford another salary.
Well, no, I'm not saying like having her on as a full-time member. I just felt like you guys had a real thing going.
Yeah, and we got a thing. We've had a thing going for a while.
Okay.
Oh.
You probably shouldn't have said that.
You don't have anything going on with Nancy Alexander.
All right, whatever. You don't know me.
Yeah, you don't know him.
You don't know me.
She'd ride you straight to hell.
You don't know me back. You don't know me from back in the day.
Did it start when she was Nancy in the sky in the Coca-Cola Sky Cruiser?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about when it started, if it's still going on, or if it ever ended. Don't worry about any of that.
Macho Man knows where everybody was before they made it, in the city.
Lummy man, it seems like, and this came up as a newsworthy story, but it's from 6 days ago, and it's the Jane testimony about the hotel nights with Sean P. Diddy Combs. I didn't really. Is there anything new coming out of the P. Diddy trial?
It's kind of just about. It seems like it's drying. A freak.
It seems like it's drying up.
Yeah, he's just crazy.
Whenever you turn a sex work, now see again. They don't call this person a prostitute because that's what she is. They call her a sex worker. And the reason why you call them a sex worker, because it's easier to say that a sex worker is trafficked more so than a prostitute, because you're paying a prostitute, she knows what she's giving out, and you know what you're taking or trying to get. So now there are no more hookers or prostitutes. They're all sex workers. And the reason why they're sex workers is because then the authorities can get you on a human trafficking gimmick. So anyway, I think, the guy, Dennis Hoff, and we had him on the show several times. I never enjoyed him. I always thought he was just an and him and Ron Jeremy used to come on the show all the time, and I just always got a super creepy feeling from them. Dennis Hoff has died. But now I guess they're going back to these hookers and prostitutes and interviewing them about how bad it was to live at the notorious Moonlight Bunny Ranch during when HBO was doing its reality show called The Cat House, starring Dennis Hoff, and Ron Jeremy was he was on camera every day. And I guess this hooker / prostitute / now we call them sex workers, she exposes the ugly truth of living at the bunny house, the bunny ranch. We'll get into that next.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Real depressing.
Yeah, I think this is a modern day interview.
Because Air Force Amy was barely hanging on 20 years ago.
Is she still alive?
What's that?
Air Force Amy?
Dude, I bet she's 60. Nothing wrong with that, I'm just saying.
Cat House was prostitutes on TV. Who thought that was going to sell? Cat House made it look like the bunny ranch was so much fun.
The show began to attract younger women.
11, 12 years old.
Dennis Hoff's a monster.
He would promote you if you slept with him. Not everything you see on TV is a reality. Secrets of the Bunny Ranch. New series premieres Thursday.
Wait, they're blowing the top off that the Bunny Ranch was somewhat scripted?
Yeah. And you had to fuck Dennis in order to get the promo.
Well, I think I agree. I'm sure that's...
come on.
It looks like the bunny ranch is still open.
Investors also keep an eye on trade talk developments between Trump and China's Xi Jinping. For more on the market action, we're bringing back your Fed Watch Advisors founder and CIO. That would be Ben Emmons. Ben, great. Stocks, what?
Air Force Amy's only 54? Okay.
Wow, she looked like she was 54 in 2000.
Yeah.
That's true. What did I see?
I haven't been out, Gary. I haven't. Maybe I'll check Walmart today, 'cause that's when they restock here.
They've been packed.
What's that?
They've been packed.
Walmart?
Been packed, yeah.
I would imagine that the Series 2 is going to be pretty easy to find. They normally the tops normally stay on the shelves for forever.
Who's your favorite card manufacturer?
Well, there's really only two right now.
What, Beckett and...
No, Topps and Fanatics, and then there's Panini. But Topps is about to get all the licenses next year, so they'll be the #1 card company by a million. But Panini has Caitlin Clark, so if you want your Caitlin Clark stuff, you're gonna have to get Panini. Oh, Gary's lucky as hell, man. I'm not buying any cards till Gary comes down here next time, and I'll have him go with me. Motherfucker just casually pulls bangers. Oh, Berto, I talked about it on the podcast. That I recorded it yesterday. I'm putting it out today on the stack. I have a great angle on Marvin Harrison Jr. and I have some pictures. Topps put out Topps Chrome for wrestling, and then there was another one. I'd imagine they're going to be pumping it out pretty soon. Yeah, Gary, bring your cards, man. I got to get one of those little carrying case deals. I always try to buy one, and then I'm like, I don't want to waste my money on one. But they're essential. I can't carry my shit around in a box. I love the WWE cards, man, but Topps really, really made them way more expensive than they've ever been. $300-400 a box. I'm not trying to flip wrestling cards. You won't even be able to get.
You got the Rumble Air check?
Yeah, it's in your email, sir.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
I got it too.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
That's pretty funny, Joe. They started off at 140? Really? Yeah, Berto, you need something massive for those. You'd have to. You'd probably need to travel with a U-Haul attached to your car. I have, Steve. It's. I'm not a Pokemon guy, so I feel like I'm better than those guys, if I may.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. BubbaArmyTips.com. Go to our website, BubbaArmyHQ.com. We gonna hit 1,000? Are we already over at G-Ball? What are we gonna do here on our YouTube?
We're gonna hit it, but let me just refresh it real quick.
Let me refresh as well. I think we're over
at
978, something like that. That's very obtainable. We're only on the air for about another 35 minutes. Went and got my blood sucked out yesterday.
Would you get a gift card?
Yeah, $30 gift card.
Wow, they stepped up.
But I don't know how to they give.
I'll show you.
You got to activate it. And
Yeah. I'll take care of it.
Let me just give it to you.
Yeah, and I'll give you back $30. I'll sell it to you.
No, you won't. I'm not ever doing that ever. You think I'm stupid?
Oh, Bubba, did you see the $2?
The what?
I think you dropped $2 in the parking lot yesterday.
Yeah, I just left it there.
What the?
Oh, I put it on. I put it on top of the cream machine.
Oh, you
it's
did?
Probably all soaking wet now, but
$2.
Yeah.
What bills still work? What do you mean you dropped $2 and you didn't care?
I guess I dropped $2 in the parking lot.
You were just saying you couldn't even make payroll, and now you're just letting $2 slide like it ain't no nothing.
$2. I mean, I'm in such bad druthers. $2. I mean, that's like, that's like saying, I need to tomorrow be able to fit in a size 36 jeans. I'm so far gone that I might as well just go to the Golden Corral and eat a buffet and say what I should do is walk around the block and diet. But I feel like it's so far gone that the wheels have fallen off so badly. Let me take that $2. Keep it for yourself.
So you put the $2 on top of the cream machine?
Well, I just put it up, so I was making sure I saw it on the ground. It was like floating around, and I was like, well, let me put this.
Only 2?
Yeah. Well, was there supposed to be more?
Do you think about bringing it inside at all, or?
Because I was out doing the goat, so
yeah.
I just put it there, and I wasn't sure if Bubba was going to come back for
I'm
the $2.
going to go out back today and start all the vehicles. I got to start them all every once in a while. The batteries go dead. Here is the cat house deal. Hold on here. I don't know what I'm getting here.
They're blowing the lid off it, Bubba.
Let me here. See this? But if I try to fast,
it's weird because it's highlighted.
I need a minute.
All right, hold on.
Cat House was prostitutes on TV. Who thought that was going to sell?
Cat House made it look like the Bunny Ranch is so much fun.
The show began to attract younger women.
11, 12 years old.
Dennis Hop's a monster.
He would promote you if you slept with him. Not everything you see on TV is a reality.
Secrets of the Bunny Ranch. New series premieres Thursday, June 12th at 9, only on A&E.
What if we're talking about Ron Jeremy and how many
Wipeout gains on Thursday amid the escalating.
So hold on. I was looking at this yesterday, or I'm sorry, I was looking at this morning, and it looks like, and this is Yahoo Finance. I don't think they're, Fox affiliated or anybody that usually is.
Oh, they're disgusting libs at Yahoo.
Are they?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. No, they are. Yeah, and Reuters too.
But to me, Lummy, it looks like, by their indications, that the economy is poised to do well, or is doing well. Or am I wrong? Do I misinterpret this?
No, I guess the
national debt is an abominable snowman lurking in the background. That's what they call this. But that's not what they're saying. They're saying that I'll just play it for you.
Wipeout gains on Thursday amid the escalating tensions between President Trump and Tesla CEO Elon Musk. Investors also keep an eye on trade talk developments between Trump and China's Xi Jinping. For more on the market action, we're bringing back in here FedWatch Advisors founder and CIO. That would be Ben Emmons. Ben, great to see you again on set.
Good to be here.
So let me ask you, and I want to touch on what Jared just did there, which was obviously this public brawl that has broken out, Ben, between President Trump and Musk. It has gone public and personal. It's gotten very heated. The issue, Ben, or at least one issue, would be the big, beautiful bill, right? Trump's budget bill. Musk doesn't think it's so big and beautiful.
Now, let me just fast forward to the next story, because
it might have, because it doesn't.
It's not what I was watched earlier.
No, it is not.
Here we go. It says U.S. monthly budget deficit falls as Trump tariffs boost custom receipts. So, and then after they run these pre-roll nonsense commercials, the script says the U.S. government posted a $316 billion budget deficit for May, down 9% or $31 billion from a year earlier, as customs receipts nearly quadrupled to a record of $23 billion due to President Trump's steep new import tariffs. The Treasury Department said well, here you go. So, no, again, I think this guy's saying the same thing. I don't think the store.
Musk. Investors also keep an eye on trade talk.
Yeah, so, looks like they updated and they screwed us on the other story.
Gross custom receipts jumped last month from $6 billion in 2024 to in May of 2024, as Trump's tariffs on goods from nearly all trading partners began showing up significant volumes in port of entry collections. As a treasurer official said, fiscal year-to-year date custom receipts were up nearly 60% to $86 billion. The custom duties helped boost receipts to May to $371 billion, which were up 15% or $48 billion from May of 2024. Outlays last month's reach of $687 billion. I mean, does it go on and tell you? I mean, like, this is all a bunch of numbers.
Yeah, well, that story was actually explaining it when they had it.
Yeah, and it's like I was waiting to play it because it kind of laid out this particular story, but it seems like they've replaced that story with this new dude that wants to talk about Elon and Trump arguing. Right?
Yes, and how Tesla stock and
so, but I mean, it seems like it for the first 8 months of the 2025 fiscal year, the deficit reached $1.365 trillion, up $164.2 billion. This is just too many numbers for me to. I can't read numbers that well.
Because they're saying everything's good.
They're saying to me, it looks to be like maybe the economy might be heading in the right direction.
Or there's some of the tariffs might be working.
I wish that we had the story.
Yeah.
Instead of just a bunch of 17%, $263 billion, $11 billion,
trillions,
$10, 92 billion, a decline of $1 billion. For the first 8 months, there's a deficit reached $1.365 trillion, up 165 or 14%.
Someone smart, call us.
This is why Yahoo went bankrupt. Screw them.
And finally, the ultimate cat lady. I could never do this. This is borderline creepy. Gross. She's gross. She's disgusting, quite frankly. And she had a cat. I would assume most women that look like her, this woman here I'm getting ready to play, are cat lady.
We haven't even seen her face yet.
Do you need to? Do you really need? Is there?
I try not to judge a woman by everything on her body except her head.
Is there? This woman could have the most beautiful face in the world.
I'm ready for it.
And there's that beautiful China doll face, the most beautiful face in the world, couldn't save the rest of the work of art. The body, the arm tattoos, and the fact that her dead cat she sent off to get freeze dried so that she can have it. All like she can have a memento.
Wait,
of her
stuffed? Stuffed?
No, freeze dried. Unbox my dead cat with me, and she made it a TikTok. Perfectly preserved. Now, wouldn't it start stinking after a while? How do you perfectly? I don't think you can freak.
Bubba, are you sure? Sometimes they stuff.
Woman freeze dries her deceased cat and puts it on the mantle. The woman says that she's honoring the cat by preserving him and displaying him in her house. When you love something so much, you don't bury it, you preserve it forever. Iconic, forever fuzzy, and yes, he's freeze-dried. No, I'm not sorry, wild. She's saying freeze-dried. Now, is there a new technique of freeze-drying that makes it stay freeze-dried forever?
Dude, I don't know. There's companies that will make you like a pillow of, like your pet.
No, did you know there's companies, and my sister has not done it, but she's thinking about doing it.
I sent you a video on
because
this.
She's got this cat named Tito. And Seth, you've seen Fat Tito. Tito's the fattest cat you'd ever see in your entire life.
Isn't he like 18 or something?
She's 17. Going to be 18. She's super fat. Now, before Tito and Toonses was Tito's brother. My sister found these two cats as strays, like by a tanning salon, 17 years ago. And she picked them both up as kittens and has raised them, but Toonses got cancer and died like 3 years ago. And that was catastrophic. Just like Pookie and any of the animals that we lost. Seth, I think you have most recently lost an animal not too long ago.
Yes, and one's going through it.
Right. So it's a very you love these animals, they become part of your family. Like, it's like losing your mom or something. It's horrible. So I guess there's this
I sent you like
this
a
company
video.
Okay. There's this company that you take like a swab and you swab inside the cat's mouth and everything, and it completely collects the DNA of the cat. It's like $25,000. And they can completely clone your cat to be just like the cat that died or the dog. So Tara, I think, is thinking about, she didn't do it with Toonses. I shouldn't be getting up in her business. She probably don't want people knowing this.
I don't think she wants anybody knowing it. I feel like she told me, and she was like she was very embarrassed.
Well,
I
I'm
told
in trouble
her.
then.
Well, nah, she's probably working.
She's probably making $1 million right now.
Yeah, she was. I think she was like maybe embarrassed of it, if I remember. And I told her that I see nothing wrong with that at all.
Listen, if you got the money and that bitch has got $26K, she's got $26K laying around like no big like
your $2,
like my $2 floating in the wind that would have been eaten by the goats had they gone through the chain link fence because they love paper.
So I have an update from Tara, by the way. She's working. She's very busy. Can't talk on the phone. She's not mad at you, Bubba.
Oh.
She wants to just clarify that Tarek is the one that wants to do it to the cat, not her.
Okay.
He wants to do it. He does.
Yeah, it's easy when it's her money. Just saying.
And she thinks it's unethical.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
Has he not seen Pet Cemetery?
Well, listen, why don't they just freeze? Listen.
No, man, there's no. I don't know.
There's a freeze drying option that's probably far less than 26.
I don't think Chihuahua freeze dry is taxidermy.
Monster. The Chihuahua, he's from Virginia. He's been out of the dryer not too long. My name's Chuck Rupert, and I freeze dry people's pets. Second Life Freeze Dry is a business.
Seth, they're going to show us how they freeze dry them.
I don't know, man. This is weird.
It preserves your pet like you remember it. The process is to extract all the moisture, and that's what preserves the animal.
This is the freeze dryer.
With this process, they can be posed in any fashion you want.
It's not cloning, Bubba. It's the actual pet.
I know. And there's Pookie right there.
Okay.
No, they put the actual pet in this machine, and I think it like vacuum seals it a little bit. It sucks all the water and stuff out of it, and somehow I don't know that. I do not know.
What do you mean water? You mean like it's organs? It's blood?
I don't know.
Oh, this.
Let's listen to them.
Is to extract all the moisture, and that's what preserves.
So they're saying this machine that he puts your pet into extracts all the moisture, and that's what preserves the animal. I don't know how it works.
Animal.
In that case, why can't
humans?
You take mom.
Oh God.
When Janie kicks a bucket, freeze dry mom. You always got her there.
They could freeze you. Didn't Ted Williams get his head frozen or something?
Just the head though. What about the body?
Freeze dryer.
With this process, they can be posed in any fashion you want. Sitting up, laying down, sleeping, whatever the case might be. It's nothing magic. It's cold temperature and vacuum. There's some emotional help that people get out of having their pet still physically around. It provides them comfort.
Man, I swear to God, Tara's getting this.
What they tell me is...
How much is it?
I lost my companion, and in some form, they got him back. People are amazed that their pet looks exactly like it did when it was the last time that they saw them. I enjoy the challenge of making them as lifelike as possible.
I want one, Lummy. You know how dogs squat down and they lift their tail up and it's right before they pinch one off?
Oh, yeah.
I want to get mine in pinching one off position. You know how they get on all fours and kind of...
This is a serious matter, Bubba. They're not going to make that for you.
I want my dog when he's getting ready to pinch off a loaf, when he's on all fours and his head's up in the air.
I like my job.
So they prepare before you send them. They make sure the pet is dry.
Right.
To put it in a bag, it can be a garbage bag, but
right.
Just take as much air out as possible and place in your freezer until it's solid.
So when your animal dies, you put it in a bag. You try to get all the air out of the bag as much as you can, and then you put it in the freezer until it's completely frozen.
Yes.
And then what? You ship it to this guy?
Yeah, and then you put it in a cooler, put some dry ice on it, and ship it off to him with a picture on how you want the animal to look.
Okay, and how much?
You got to call it. Their pricing isn't listed on there.
Market price. Felix said you can screw wheels in the feet and walk it.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I got a text from Tara. I'm fucking scared. I said too much. It was Tarek.
Yeah, Taylor says it's creepy and disgusting to freeze dry your animal. Tarek got Toonsie's DNA frozen so they can clone the cat.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a pet cemetery shit.
I'd like to make a public apology to Tara Clem that she would never freeze dry an animal. Never.
I would if I had the money. If I had her kind of money, I would.
Wait, she said she would never freeze. She didn't say clone.
Tara's got 26K runner. I mean, that bitch is loaded. We were talking about money this weekend at my house. She is just fucking loaded.
Hell yeah.
And I love her.
Of course. She's your one true love. Just like Jaime and Cersei Lannister. You know about them?
No.
They're brother and sister, and they fucked on Game of Thrones and had like 4 kids.
For real?
Yeah. Nobody knew, except everybody knew. Dirty little secret. So that's why I said that you're like them. You could bang her and have 4 kids.
I couldn't bang my sister and have 4 kids.
I haven't, Berto. I need to, though, man. I need to get around to it. I like that idea, Jay. That's pretty funny. That's a good point, Xerxes. I never thought about Joffrey being so fucked. I just thought he kind of had a mind like his mom, but a couple of those other kids turned out okay. Yes, Sko, I'm talking about one of the most popular TV shows of all time. Have you heard of it? There's incest. Can you handle it?
I saw somewhere where it was the number 1 of all time.
I think it was HBO's biggest show ever.
I think so too.
I think they're only running like 3 or 4 spinoffs from it now.
Hey, Lummy.
Yes, sir.
Tech 9 is in Tampa on the
20th,
September 20th.
Yeah.
So
With
make
Reset
sure.
Coffee, I already reached out to them.
Where they playing at?
The amphitheater.
All right, so I want to get. I'd like to get tickets, backstage. Maybe he'll let me bring them on.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, I reached out to at least have him in studio.
Yeah.
His manager said that shouldn't be a problem because there's no concert before or after, like for days.
Yo, this plane crashed into a doctor's hostel with 200 people inside.
Oh shit.
Oh, to a doctor's
To the
office?
doctor's hostel.
Did those 200 die?
It doesn't say, but this video is from inside the hostel, so it's just a quick 3-second video. 53 British people on board who was heading to London. Whew, man.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Sorry. Bubba Cowherd taking too long. I'm looking at Ocala Speedway's Facebook. Our next event is on the 21st, Saturday the 21st.
Nice.
Open wheel modifieds, factory stocks, gladiators, IMC, Stars of the Mod Lights, Crown Vics, 3/4 mods. We're moving everything back an hour now for summer. The summer schedule, because we start racing at 7, but it doesn't even get dark till 8:15, and so here we are. We're hot lapping and we're racing half of almost clear to intermission under the daylight, which just burns the track up. So we're moving everything back. Pits 4, grandstands 5, practice 7, hot laps. Hot lap 7 racing starts at 8. Thank you to my girl, Sandy from Synergy, that gave me an unbelievable packer, an unbelievable vibratory roller for last race, which saved my ass because of the rain that we got. So thank you so very much. Appreciate you. Hello, who's this?
Yeah, it's James Harden, not the basketball player.
Oh, you know what? I'm glad you told me that, because you sound just like the basketball player. Guy from Houston and went on to be... Seth, did he go to Atlanta and then like Philly? He's been like the ultimate journeyman, and at one time he was like the man, was he not?
Yeah, no, he's still very good. He's still a hired hitman. He was out with the Clippers and Kawhi Leonard this year.
But he can't seem to stick on a team more than a couple years, except for his original Houston team. He's been like the ultimate... Is he a cancer? Does he cause problems?
No. He's just a guy that the ball has to go through him. And so, he doesn't work with a lot of players or teams.
Is he still a 20 points a night guy?
Oh, yeah.
All night?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Anyway, James Harden, not the African-American, black basketball player who now is with the Clippers and been through all sorts of different teams. What can I do for you?
Yeah, I'm shorter and poorer than James Harden, the basketball player.
Yeah.
Anyway, I ordered you the Neil Bortz's Fair Tax book off of Amazon.
I got it.
And according to... Yeah, okay. I know you don't like reading, and I'm with you on that, but I thought maybe you could have Steve or Jay or Brian or one of them read it and, give you a book report.
You know what? I need to read that. But, maybe you're right with regards to, I should get to read it, Dan. Because Dan would love to hear himself talk about something for 30 straight minutes.
We have Gene break it down.
You have not Gene. Let me tell you something. I can't. No, Gene. But you know what, sir? Thank you for sending that book to me. I did get it. I've known about Neil Bortz and his fairtax.org deal for, God, well over a decade. He was a big-time syndicated host. Here's trivia that most people don't know. At one time, he was Cox Media's #1 syndicated guy on all of Cox Media, back when Bob Neal and Jay O'Connor and stuff, those guys were around. Well, he pissed off John Morgan. And John Morgan is Cox's largest advertiser. And he went to remember, Seth, you may have still been there, but when the eldest Cox sister was still alive, she was like 96, and she still was kind of like in charge, the eldest Cox sister.
Yeah.
And John Morgan had a relationship with her, meaning, could call her on the phone because he'd been, and he single-handedly got Neil Bortz fired. He got Neil Bortz fired because Bortz had talked some crack, like all kinds of crap about him, and he called one of the Cox sisters, the remaining a non-deceased cock sister who was about 94 or 5 at the time, and said, "I'm pulling every dime of my advertising off of Cox unless you fire Neil Bortz." And Neil Bortz was in the twilight of his career, probably ready to retire anyway, but they showed him the door after the John Morgan call. The next time I have John Morgan on the air, let me remind me for him to tell the Neil Bortz story.
Okay.
So, sir, I did get it. I need to read it. And if I don't read it, I need to give it to somebody. It's an easy read. It's only probably about 150 pages.
Yeah, and also tell your listeners to have their congressman or person, I guess I should say, support H.R. 25, which is the Fair Tax Act in Congress, and try to get that passed.
Now, is H.R., what is it called? H.R. what?
H.R. 25?
25.
Is it a lot like what Neil Bortz is saying in his book?
Identical.
All right. H.R. 25.
Correct.
All right, buddy. We'll look into it. Appreciate you. Thank you for the book.
All right.
Let me look up H.R. 25 and see if it's got any steam or momentum. Because it'll tell you, man, this bill sucks. It's not going to go through. Or this bill's got a chance. Hello.
Hey, Bubba.
Yeah.
Mike from New Jersey. How are you, pal?
Good, Mike.
Hey. What do you think about putting together like a Bubba dictionary? Like I got my buddy Sean. He's a little bit riz-tiz. You don't understand like what mix minus means or a work or a shoot or anything like that.
Neither do we. We just spewed stuff out. Now I've been approached, and some people have put together various versions of that, but it just seems like too much time and maybe within Bubba Army HQ we could have maybe we could start working on a Bubba Lingo section that's a subsection Bubba Lingo, and we kind of write down various things that we say.
Dude, forget writing it down. Just do short little videos where you explain, maybe a word each day, or you go through a couple and you just put them up on social media.
There you go. Seth's already got it written for me, buddy. It'll be up next week.
There you go.
Right,
for me, the big cliffhangers like a Blue Jay or a double Blue Jay, stuff like that.
I mean, I don't want to give away what
we're going to ease into it.
Yeah,
with gimmick.
Yeah, I got to use lubrication to give you a double Blue Jay. Okay, buddy.
You got it, pal. And get Heather Wiz on that friggin' wrap-up show we were talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Heather Wiz is on an own, I don't know. She's on her own trajectory flight, right? I think she's got a big-time bodybuilder boyfriend that doesn't allow her to interact with us like I don't know.
He's cranking her down pretty good on the deal.
He's cranking her down pretty good on the deal. Yes, your Bubba language. Thank you, my friend. Take care. He's cranking her down pretty good on the deal, Lummy.
By the way, on that bill so far, it was introduced January 3rd by Earl Buddy Carter. Mm-hmm. 14 co-sponsors. Prognosis is 0% chance of being enacted.
There you go.
We got a long way to go, boys.
Mm-hmm. And 1% chance of getting past the committee.
Yes. Hello, who's this? Last call of the day. I got to go.
Hey, it's South Tampa.
Hey, South Tampa. What's going on, bud?
Hey, I was just thinking of something. I was over in Orlando a couple of weeks ago, and they have so many different fast food places that they have from like other places in the country. That would be an awesome weekend for you and Gene or something to go over there and have your Bubba tasting stuff. There's just so many things over there that they don't have.
Now, is there a particular is there a particular food section of Orlando that has all these places in one area, or you got to traipse through the entire city of Orlando?
No, I would say I drive. You're good. I mean, there's a White Castle over there. I know you've done White Castle in Columbus East, obviously, home of Blair Keel.
Yeah.
And the Olympians, and I don't know, I forget what the Columbus North is, but just an I drive. There's all kinds of different places over there that I think would be it would be good content, and it might be fun for you to go over there and I'd like to see Gene on a water slide or something funny like that. But hey,
I want to see Gene. I want to see Gene on that slingshot, Lummy. Where they put you in that slingshot and then launch you 300 feet in the air. I want to see Lasker on that with his hair flying, and everything. All right, buddy.
I can't wait to see Gene in that Orlando traffic. Good luck on that.
Yeah, exactly. Would you pay Gary to follow around Gene Lasker at Adventure Island one day?
I would. I could get Gary down here. He could stay with me.
Don't you think that would be some unbelievable content?
I think we need to, yeah.
I mean, forget the food review. Let's get the water park review from Gene Lasker.
Let me tell you something. This water park here, I had to keep my shirt on because I'm too. You know what?
He'll take the shirt off.
I'm too
man.
rich to be fat. You know, that's all he says. I'm too rich to be fat.
He's not a guy that would wear a shirt in like the lazy river. No way.
I don't know. I didn't know that Trump was a world class flutist. Did you see this?
Came up to my father. They said,
"He's amazing.
Your son is brilliant at music. He'd be an incredible musician."
That's why I'm joining the Eagles in the reunion tour. I'm going to take Glenn Fry's place. You know, the Eagles have called me up and they asked me, you know, you're an amazing musician, and either Glenn Fry or Don Henley. I haven't quite figured out which one I'm going to take yet. Maybe Joe Walsh. Did
they do Hotel California?
Yeah. Exactly.
He's taking that one off the playlist.
Welcome to the hotel. Welcome to Trump Tower.
This is not what my father wanted.
This is what makes me like.
Is this when he just started spitting?
This is like, come on, Trump. Come on, buddy. Like, not everything's the greatest. You're not the best at everything. You're not the greatest at not. Like, come on.
Well, look, he's a confident man. I'm sure you have to be pumped, full of confidence, I think, as a kid to, turn out.
They told me I was brilliant at music. I'm going to do a duet with Elton John next time he comes over once he gets better. Candle in the Wind. Me and him.
I'm a musician. This is not.
Billy Joel had to cancel his tour, so I'm going to step in for Billy Joel. It's going to be Donald Trump, and sings Billy Joel's hits. Uptown Girl, #1. It was made for Melania.
This is not what my father wanted to hear. This was not the greatest thing. But I do have an ear for music.
Yes.
I mean, I feel, I think music has played a big role. I play great music. People like the music I play. But it was funny because my father would not have thought about music for me. But I do. I think I have an ear for music.
I like Snoop Dogg, I like Soulja Boy.
Music.
Drake's one of my top favorites.
They play a note and like on a piano, and then I remember to this day.
Yeah.
And then they'd ask you other questions, and then they'd play notes later on, and they'd say, which is the note we played from 1 hour ago? And I'd get it right, I guess.
Wow.
But that was a long time ago. But
did you ever play an instrument?
Hold on.
Oh boy.
And the most.
He's not drums, not guitar.
Hold on, not like like a stud rock star plays one of those three: the guitar, the drums, or the bass maybe,
and the triangle.
Listen to what Donald says.
I played for very short periods of time the flute. Would you believe that?
The flute.
Is he talking about the recorder that we all had to play when we were going to school?
No, he's talking about an actual flute.
Did you like it?
I had flute lessons. It's the first person that's ever asked me that crazy question. Yeah, I had flute. Can you believe it? I could have been a flutist. I didn't particularly like it. I don't know. It wasn't for me. And my mother had me with... I had instructors, an instructor come in to teach me how to play the flute.
That was a flute.
I can't imagine it.
An unusual instrument.
You could maybe still do it.
I doubt it. I don't think so.
What kind of career can you have as a flutist? I thought you could only play it so the rattlesnake comes up. That's just rattlesnake music.
We got a cobra flute rattlesnake demonstration. That's how I'm gonna get Putin. He wrestles bears. I flute rattlesnakes. That's how we do it. That's right. I'm a flutist. Not lead guitar, not drums. Straight flutist, my friend. Seth, I gotta do your Omaha Steaks, and I gotta do a Bubba Raceway Park, okay?
God bless.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.